Disclaimer. We are regular guys who love to talk Bone Thugs and Harmony. We do not represent Bone Thugs or any Bone affiliate. We are also not Bone Thugs experts. The views and information you hear in this podcast may be based on personal opinion. Please feel free to leave corrections and clarifying information in the comments. And enjoy. What's up, y'all? It's Cecil West, Beyond the Harmony, beyondtheharmony.com, back again with the one and only
Johnny Lippy.
And the co-hosting, coast to coast, and come up creeper, never sour, always sweeter, ladies and gentlemen.
I am Matthew Weaver.
And this is Beyond the Harmony Live, the undisputed, undefeated, #1 original Bone Thug podcast in the world. Back for, I can't believe I'm saying it, Season 6 in 2026. Welcome back, boys. Here we are.
Welcome. And I got some double audio up in my thing. I got to get some other audio here. How you guys doing on the audio?
Yeah,
you both sound clear to me. I'm just
good.
Yeah, you're good. I think you got to have one little blip when you start out a new season, right? And hopefully, if that's all we have, then we're off to a thunderous beginning.
I have myself muted. It's what it seems like. How's it for everybody out there? Everybody good? Everybody nice and loud for everybody?
I hear good now.
Looks like we sound good, yeah. Like, there's no complaints from the chat that they're trying to read John's lips.
Well, that's good, man. Hey, then
that must mean we're fine.
We floated through this one easier than ever. So here we are. It's Season 6 in 2026. I cannot believe it. You know, I say this, I feel like I say this every season. It's always like, are we going to do it? Are we going to do it? How are we going to do it? Every single season we do, there's some sort of fucking change that has to happen. There's always something you got to give up. And there is. And we're back, though. Me, John, and Matt, busier, crazier lives than ever. But here we are. And we're making it happen. Some of you may know from the Discord. If you're not part of our Discord, make sure you join the Discord. We'll drop the link, the invite in the chat. So some of y'all may know, usually what we do is we do this every single fucking Thursday for like 8 weeks or something. It's just not going to work for me and Matt and Johnny. And that's been part of the reason why we haven't been doing this. So what we worked out is, we are going to try to do at least one episode every single month. If we get you one a month, hopefully we go the whole year. You'll actually get 12 episodes instead of 8, and that's what we're aiming to do. And, you know, if something special happens, we'll do more. But right now the goal is get in here, give y'all one single episode every single month, get us back for Season 6. But we're kicking it off right now, Episode 1. And as we kick it off, I got some immediate bad news. I hate to start a season like this, but I got some immediate bad news. We've been hyping up for the last month that we're going to have Romeo on the show tonight. I've been trying to reach Romeo the last 2 days, probably 72 hours. I finally reached him today. Very unfortunate. Romeo is actually in the hospital right now. They believe he has COVID-19. He is very ill. I only spoke to him for a few minutes. He was very apologetic, and actually in the hospital. So we're praying the best for Romeo. He says as soon as he's out and he's back on his feet, he wants to set up a new date. He was so excited to come on. He was actually going to come on and take phone calls from y'all, which is something that usually doesn't happen with the live guests like this. And he was ready to come on and do that. So he says once things are better, he's setting up a new date. And Romeo said he's excited to make his return. And I could tell he was really bummed out. But the guy was you could tell the guy was sick, man, and he felt bad. And I was like, listen. Nothing keeps a legend down, Romeo. Don't worry about it, brother. We're going to get him on here. So that is the unfortunate season 1 bad news. So the audio was great. We didn't have the technical issues. The bad news was we don't have the guests. But this is beyond the harmony. I found that out at 8 this morning. He's like, dude, I haven't even looked at the phone. He's like, a nurse actually just woke me up to just like get me all taken care of and hydration and everything. So about 8 this morning, I went to work. In the middle of going to work, in the middle of doing everything, I have set up the fucking Avengers of the Beyond the Harmony alumni. So it's all good because I still got guests tonight. It's all members of the alumni that you guys are familiar with. They're all going to pop in here. We're going to do, 10, 15 minutes with them, and we're just going to have some fun. We're going to catch up. We're going to talk about Beyond the Harmony weekend, February 20th to February 23rd, right outside of Orlando, Florida. We are living in a little mini mansion for fucking 3 nights all together. We're going to do Beyond the Harmony live. Ryzin motherfucking Rush is literally, when I say he's going to be in the Beyond the Harmony house, I mean Ryzin Rush is going to be live in the flesh. We all going to be there together. It's going to be the first time me, John, and Matt have done the show together live in the flesh with Ryzin Rush right there at the table. Everybody that's in the house with us. There are still a couple rooms left in the house. I think there's 1 or 2 private rooms left, and there's a couple shared rooms left. There's a great cast of Beyond the Harmony listeners that you're so used to having that are gonna be there in the mansion with us. So if you're curious how you become part of Beyond the Harmony weekend, there is still time. It's about a month out. There is still time for you to become a member of the Beyond the Harmony mansion. All you got to do is hit us up. We'll talk to you about the fees. It's super cheap. You're literally going to pay less to stay in this mini mansion for 3 days than you would in a fucking Holiday Inn for 3 days. So it's a great experience. We're going to be doing bone stuff all weekend. I got some cool stuff lined up. I'm going to show people some exclusive things. I'm excited, boys. It's the thing I'm looking forward to the most this season right now.
Ryzin by the flesh.
Yo, and
Indeed.
Crazy wants to know, will we get to see your face or will you be wearing a mask? So I'll be in the same capacity for every viewer that you got right now, but every person that's in the house with me right there is going to be with me all motherfucking weekend long in the flesh. All the pictures I take with them, I'm going to be wearing a mask, a bandana, a blur, if you will. But all those people, I'm going to kick them with it all weekend. They're going to know all about C-Dub. I'm going to tell them all about my life. I'm going to play them some of my music. I'm going to tell them about the personal life of Cecil West. So this is something very, very special for the listeners that have been with us for, I can't believe I'm about to say this, almost 8 years. The 8-year anniversary of Beyond the Harmony will happen the week or days. I think it's days before. So not only is it Beyond the Harmony weekend and it's a celebration, but it's literally going to be the 8-year celebration of Beyond the Harmony at Beyond the Harmony weekend. And only the biggest and best Beyond the Harmony fans will be part of this exclusive event. So I'm telling you, there's a couple rooms left. There's an opportunity for you to be there in the room with us as we do the show live with Ryzin Rush. Ryzin is going to be breaking out some shit. He said, look, I'm going to do some special shit on the live. And he said, and I'm going to do some special shit when we're off camera as well. So A lot of shit is going down at Beyond the Harmony weekend, y'all.
Is going down. It's going down, bro. So, hey, man, this is the opportunity. Who knows if there'll be a part two? This may be a one-time thing. It may be a recurring thing. And even if it's a recurring thing, you might want to be part of the initial first time Beyond the Harmony meetup, Florida.
Yeah, man. It's crazy. And I you know what? I this is the type of thing that I'm usually a little nervous about. I know exactly how to run the show the way we are, but like we got to put together this different setup, and we got different microphones, and I got to use this mixer right there. And truly, that's part of the same reason why I don't want to be on camera. At this point, it's a fun game to just not be on camera for y'all, because I really don't care. But the facts is the same way I'm running the show right now, and I'm doing all this shit, and I'm talking to guests. At the live edition, I got to be running a mixer and running the live and doing all the shit. So, there's going to be a lot, and I'm expecting hiccups at that. I'm not going to lie. I'm expecting some hiccups, but it's all right. We're going to work through it together. It's going to be a, kind of a temporary setup, but it's going to be good, man. It's going to be fucking, I'm really excited, and I'm excited for us all to be in the room together and to see what it's like to do the episode in the same room. And like John said, it could be the first one. But with me, like John's like hey, this could be the last time, first and last time. But for me, I'm like, oh no, Johnny, this is like, where do we rent a mansion next? Where do we do this next, yo? Like Raid and Rush was the obvious because he's in Florida. I'm like, well, where do we go? What mansions in LA that we go to? What mansions in New York? I don't know, but I do know that there's gonna be something special. If we do more than one, you're going to want to collect the Infinity Stones for your gauntlet to be able to say that you went to every Beyond the Harmony weekend. And, dog, are you guys as pumped as I am? Because I am truly, like, excited as fuck about
There's nothing like it. Like, how many micro niches on the internet bring people together like Beyond the Harmony has done? On top of that, allows for a chance to interact in person in the way that we've got it set it up to do. I think it's basically unheard of, but maybe I live in a bubble. Prove me wrong. Like, who else does it like Beyond the Harmony?
Plus, talking about special guests, the Cecil West attraction to see the real C-Dub in the flesh is almost as good as Raid and Rush in the flesh.
Proving ghosts are real.
There was a time I remember telling John, I said, the show will rely on having guests to pull the initial fans in. But at some point, the tide will turn and the fans will still want the guests, but they're going to love, at the time, John and I, now me, John, and Matt, they're just going to love that. And they'll be cool with just that. And I'm truly excited that, there's a couple people going that are like, dog, I'm coming just to meet you, just to see the elusive ghost. And I'm like, all right, well, now you're gonna be part of a special club where you're gonna know and you're in the know, but you gotta keep the ghost alive. That is Cecil West. So I'm excited to do it, man. And I think it's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome to have Raid and Rush there. You think about when we first interviewed Raid and Rush. Fast forward, it's been a few years, right? And fast forward, look at what he's done. Like he produced the first single from the new Bone album, and he's like, dude, there's more going on, So it's like, even though to me it feels like yesterday that we interviewed Raid and Rush. Raid and Rush, I think, was he was the series finale outside of Versus of season 4, and that was September 30th of 2021 is when Raid and Rush was on last.
Wow. Well, now that you're bringing that up, one of the questions I always wondered in the meantime, I've been wanting to ask you this, is now as Beyond the Harmony viewers, how are we supposed to experience this 2-year gap? Meaning the way season 5 concluded, I believe, was with Sin, right? Sin was the final interview.
Yeah, Ken Dog, then Sin.
Yeah.
And we didn't do a big, usually it's like we do interviews and then we do a big just send-off episode, but we had the 50th anniversary, or the, whatever, the so many year anniversary and the 50th episode. So it kind of seemed like, yo, you don't do that and then 2 episodes later basically do the same thing. So Sin was the send off instead of the big like season finale. The season finale was just, an episode with Sin, which I was good with. But yeah, that was how we ended it.
Wow. And so there's been a lot of stuff that's happened between between then and now. You had, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't believe we did all these off-season episodes. This is a lot of them. And the Archdog episode, and like, so how do you classify Archdog's episode? That was a classic moment in Beyond the Harmony. We got to see inside of Archdogs. Where does that fit? Is it just are all the off-season episodes its own season?
Well,
Like,
to me, right, like the Archdog episode is like representational of like what I've always wanted, which is I don't think you're allowed to like Vince McMahon anymore, but I remember reading this thing about Vince McMahon and the WWE network, and he never really wanted to have wrestlers. He wanted to have entertainers. So when they did the network, okay, they had spin-off shows, and you'd have like the Big Show cooking show, and you'd fishing with Stone Cold Steve Austin, and the wrestling was just what got you there. But then it was like all this side content, and that's why with Capone we did Appetite for Thuggin', and so when we did the Archie thing, I was like, yo, this fits in with what I'm shooting for. We're building a cast. These are regular Beyond the Harmony fixtures. You know and you love them. Go join them in what they're doing now. So when we did the Archie interview, there was a little bit of music in there. We met the guy that was helped with the Cleveland to Cali project, which was awesome. Like, what an unexpected fucking surprise in the middle of that. But
just sitting outside of
Archdogs, chilling, right? Again, a Beyond the Harmony gem. But the most of the episode was around Archie and how'd you get it? And, somebody owed me money and they didn't have the money. So they gave me a hot dog, stand, and my wife was mad about the hot dog stand, and I loved it. And it evolved, so it's like, we had Archie, Archie from Too True. That was his 3rd time on here. Right. But like, that was something special, and it was a spinoff. So to me, that's what it's always been about, is creating a cast of people that we love, that you now have a relationship with, and seeing them in a new format. So I loved it. It's an off season thing, but it's like a spin-off. Even if it was now, it wouldn't be part of the season. It'd be like a spin-off. It's a side quest.
that was awesome. And I totally forgot. I'm looking through it right now. I completely forgot we did a 30-year anniversary live retrospective. Like, we all got together and did Eternal.
And that episode did great, by the way. That episode, I don't know if it was because people were out there looking for that, or because it was happening simultaneously with that event. But like, that episode did great.
Isn't that the one where we had like a crazy amount of people live?
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
And then you also did. You released that the Sons of St. Clair, or the Ghetto Cowboys Faces of Pain.
Yeah,
that's pretty crazy.
The AI album.
AI, and then I just we as a season, we've been gone for so long. Has it been a full 2 years yet, or has it just been a year and a half?
If not, it's real close, right? Let's see.
There's so much that's changed, like, in my life since the Sin episode. I don't know about you guys.
The Sin episode was February 29th of 24.
February 29th of 20. So basically, this is almost 2 years.
Yeah, it'll be 2 years during next month's episode, during Raid and Rush, or very close. We'll be, you and me will be hanging out when it's been 2 years. So it's just shy of 2 years us doing this right now.
Wow, cold-blooded in the house, by the way.
Since we did it officially, we always make sure to check in. Not as much as we want to, but we make sure to check in.
Yeah, we do it full time if we could.
Oh, dog.
This is what makes us happy.
In a heartbeat. If I could quit my job doing weed and just do this, that's it. I would do it every day.
Wow.
Let's see. Before we get into the action here in a couple minutes, I'm just gonna say we got a super chat goal tonight. It's real low, but let's get back in the swing. You know, everything that you contribute to Beyond the Harmony, we recycle, reinvest, and put into making Beyond the Harmony better. We got a really low goal tonight. We're just trying to hit $100, so you can hit the super chat. There's tons of ways to donate as well. They're all scrolling at the bottom of your screen. We'll be posting them. We're gonna be posting up the Discord, but let's hit that super chat goal tonight. I'm gonna start bringing in some different guests, and we're just gonna have a lot of fun. What the fuck? How is Raid and Rush going live with Kane at the same time season 6 of Beyond the Harmony is on? Well, you know, I think that Raid and Rush is probably doing his damn thing. They're a bunch of them are at a show. A bunch of them are at a show tonight in right outside of Chicago. And yeah, you know, it's like I'm sure that's where their heads are at. But it's cool because it's not about Raid and Rush tonight. You know, Raiden is, believe me, it's gonna be Raid and Rush weekend next month, dog. Where's Unique checking in on Cecil's game? Hey man, you probably missed the intro when I said the #1 undefeated, undisputed, original Bone Thug podcast in the world. That applies.
Oh, they heard it.
That applies in you looking at the king of the ring. Nobody does it better. I don't care who they are, but I'm very happy for everybody doing this. We've never been haters on anybody that's come along. I will say, since doing this, I've seen a lot of people come. Wow, we got super chats coming in like crazy, Yo, Johnny, count them out. Look at all these super chats hitting. Y'all are fucking wild.
Well, Arkanawa, Vic Presto.
Vic Presto with $50. Arkanawa with $2.
Long time listener. Nice, bro. Thanks a bunch.
I think Arkanawa, did he just hit it a second time?
Yeah, I think Arkanawa was the
$20?
big spin the block winner, right? I think Arkanawa won spin the block recently.
Damn.
Yeah. Or at least once, if not.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we called him out that he won. I wonder what he won, or
I don't know.
Drop it in the chat. When you won and what you won. I can't keep them straight. We give away so much stuff. Man, they're rolling in.
Damn.
I think, Cecil, I think you hit the goal already, man.
we are very. Yeah, he won the box and the pin. He said
the box and the. Oh man, that was a good one.
Damn, that happened quick, boys. That was lovely.
So hey, what you did both of you guys see?
Who else?
Wheels on the Bus music video?
Somebody else is in there too. Somebody else just hit. Who else just hit? It's not showing me the full.
Hold up. Somebody wants the Discord link. Let me pull that sucker up.
Yeah,
unless somebody's got that. There we
Discord
go.
is like the place to go for modern day BTH level.
That's something I want to say. I got to experience, I got to discover that I actually did suffer from the Dunning-Kruger effect, where you think you know everything. Yeah, if you think you're a bomb-ass Bone fan, you might think you're the best Bone fan. Go in that Discord, and you're going to find out, like, oh, shit.
Oh, you're going to find out today.
Oh, yeah. I'm not even initiate level. I just, like, my love is as strong as anyone's. But, like, my knowledge level is not. Like, that's not where that's not the mountain I'm seeking to ascend.
Listen, bro, I'm always like, it's a good goddamn thing that I do this podcast and I'm so good at this, because there are some fans out there whooping my ass as far as the fandom, you know? But that's all right. I love that. I love that we've created, like, I'm not even going to say the name outside. You know who I'm talking about. I've always loved that there was a place for Bone fans, but I've also always said that what we do over here is a little bit different. And I'm so happy that we finally built the network that just puts us all in the same place. And I can truly say that the network that we've built on our Discord or through this, it's a totally different thing. It's the same. We talking about the same shit, but we do it in a different way, man. And I'm really happy to see that.
It's so healthy. Like, everyone is like just part of the family, just because of, you know, what we've built over the years. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
bro. And anytime I've seen somebody need something, it's like within a day and not even that long, it shows up somewhere. So plus the Discord offers all kinds of different features. I mean, let alone the info you get from people, let alone that section that has all the rare finds that people get. But we have our own little share location, and there's a couple of like informational sections that are useful too. So it's a wide resource for the bone fan. In fact, it's getting to the point now where I think it's probably the best bone resource. Maybe might be. That's just my opinion. I might be wrong. But as far as like resources of people, human resources, you're gonna find the best bone human resources in the Discord. Anyway, that's that. I love it. I love that. In fact, shout out to S Perez in the chat. It was his idea
Yeah.
to start it up.
Hell yeah.
So,
Pushed for it. Pushed for it. Lib21 dropping fucking a super chat. I don't know if we shouted him out when he did it. Like so many super chats right now. So shout out to Lib as well. Cold-Blooded is in the server, bro. Not only is Cold-Blooded in the server, Cold-Blooded will be in the flesh at Beyond the Harmony weekend in February. So it's crazy. If you love Cold-Blooded, Cold-Blooded is like he's like a fixture, man. He's like, you know what Cold-Blooded is, right? You got me, John, and Matt. You got RC, right? And then Cold-Blooded is like the fifth dog, bro. It's like, because Cold-Blooded is co-hosted a bunch of episodes with us. He's like flesh and bone. Like, he's here sometimes he's not. Cold-Blooded is the fifth dog of Beyond the Harmony, bro. So he's going to be in the flesh at Beyond the Harmony weekend. Shout out to everybody dropping these motherfucking super chats. Joe Cal coming in with $25. We've already exceeded the $100. Welcome back to season motherfucking 6. I love this.
Cold-Blooded.
I'm going to say again, Cold-Blooded with a $10 super chat. Let's fucking go. Hey.
Love to see it.
It's beautiful. Thank you guys so much. You know what it is. Again, every single dollar that's ever gone into this show, we just turn around, we recycle it, and we put it back into the show. That's what we've done for 8 years, creeping on the come up from sun up to sundown. That's how we do it. So, let's see. Let's get it popping real quick. I'm really feeling it. We're gonna take some listener call-ins in a little bit. There's a lot going on, man.
And let me throw this out there too. Yes, Romeo's in the hospital, whatnot. However, if you were showing up today dying to see Romeo, Cecil, leading up to this Romeo event, released the rest of the battery of 9 hours of Romeo.
Yeah.
So what was once a mystery for years,
it's now
Cecil
there.
put the whole thing finally out, because I was like, yo, we can't have Romeo on again before you give the rest.
It's perfect timing. This part didn't work out. But what did work out is I assembled the Avengers of the Beyond the Harmony alumni. You know what I mean? I knew that I wasn't just going to come on here and not bring y'all, a star-studded event of all our alumni. And for the first one that we're going to do tonight, ladies and gentlemen, our 2025 Beyond the Harmony Lifetime Achievement Award winner, the one and only, I think on his either 4th or 5th appearance on Beyond the Harmony, we got Archie Blaine in the house. Archie, welcome back to Beyond the Harmony, bro.
What's up, everybody?
Hey, man, I want to thank you.
What's going on with y'all fellas, man? Y'all good?
Oh, we're good, man. I want to thank you for last minute coming through. And, I hit Archie up at, I don't even know what time in the morning. I said, Archie, can you come through? I need you, bro. And here we are.
Man, I ain't got nothing better to do. I'm just sitting here messing around anyway. So yeah, it's good to see y'all. It's good to hear from y'all.
Yeah, man. Hey, I'm happy to have you on. When we were going over it, in 2024, was it 2024, John, that we did the award show? I think it was 2024 we did the award show, and we did all the different awards and all that shit, and we did the Lifetime Achievement Award. And I was like, well, even though we're not doing the award show again, like, we should pick a Lifetime Achievement Award winner every year. And we kind of went back and forth if we did that. And it wasn't about who to pick. it was more about why are we picking it? And so I immediately was like, yo, Archie, and let me tell you why, bro. Archie Blaine should be the Lifetime Achievement Award winner, man. And it was a privilege for us to be able to pick you. And I'll tell you, did you get a chance? Did you watch the video, Arch, that we put together when we announced you as the winner?
No.
Yeah, there's a little.
I ain't even know it was a video.
There's a little video where we explain, why we picked you as the Lifetime Achievement Award winner. I'm gonna have to link you to that. And,
yeah, please.
Yeah, but the nuts and bolts of it is, we picked you, Arch, because number one, we pick somebody that's been on a show and been impactful to the show. And if you think about this, right, we brought you on in season 1. We're talking almost 8 years ago. Isn't that crazy that the first time you came on, Arch, was almost 8 years ago, right?
Damn, it's been that long?
It's been that long, man. And we brought you on, and if you remember back then, I made you call into this like weird thing. We just talked on the phone. Then you didn't come on for a while, but you helped me get Jazz in season 3. I hit you up. I said, can you get me Jazz and Brina? You said, I can get you Jazz. I don't know about Brina, but we get Jazz. Then in season 5, you do something with us, and you do the Two True Listening Party, and we'd never done 2 people at the same time like that, and it evolved. What we do is Beyond the Harmony. Then just recently, we do the Archdogs episode, and we'd never done anything like that, where we, you know what I'm saying, where we visited something outside of music. So those were all the Beyond the Harmony reasons. But outside of that, I was like, hey man, Archie's part of his community. He's a husband. He's a father. He's a grandfather. He's part of Boogie Down MC. He's a part of his community. He's got Archdogs. I'm like, this is a guy that we got to make sure we give Archie Blaine his flowers. And I'm big on give the love while they here to get the love. Don't wait until one of us is gone to say we loved Archie, we love John, we love Cecil, we love Matt. Do it right now while they can hear it. So, I want the whole chat to put that 2 up for Archie Blaine winning that, Lifetime Achievement. You deserve it, Arch, man. You are a legend to us.
I really appreciate it too, man. I just can't wait to get the trophy.
Yeah, no, we're waiting. The place that makes them, I think, let's see. I think either next month, hopefully next month, they're going to have them back in stock, and that'll be touching down to you immediately.
My man.
So
everything else good?
Everything's good, man. How's Archdogs? How's things around that way?
We closed for the winter, but right now I put the Archdogs in the studio for the winter.
Yeah.
We in the studio now recording.
Okay.
So
you got anybody you working with? You want to tell us about?
Well, we working on some. We doing our motorcycle anthem right now. That's what we working on today.
Yeah.
We doing a little motorcycle anthem. I'm gonna let you hear probably when I'm finished with it.
Hell yeah.
But I'm doing a like instrumental tracks too. I'm like get all my instrumentals together and start putting them out. Like refresh them and put them back out there just as an instrumental with no vocals on it. You know what I mean?
I saw someone else talking about like a motorcycle like song, but they weren't in Boogie Down. It was another club in Cleveland.
That's my dude, Abe.
Yeah, Abe. Yeah, and I know Abe because when we got Soulja Boy, he was fucking with Soulja Boy, and Abe helped lock the Soulja Boy shit down, right?
Abe's my dude.
Yes.
That's my dude.
So is it the same song, or are those 2 different songs?
No, it's 2 different. He actually that's a nice song he put together too. That was like he named all the clubs in the Cleveland area.
Yeah.
So he like named all the clubs. I liked the track and I liked the song too.
What's that culture like out there? Because I grew up around motorcycle clubs in the Northeast, okay? And like my dad was a member of like, one of the biggest clubs we have out here. And so I see it now, and when I see like you or Abe or whoever, because I got so many people from Cleveland on my page that'll post about like motorcycle clubs, like what's that culture like in Cleveland as far as motorcycle clubs?
Well, it's really what's going on right now because everybody first ride motorcycles now.
Yeah.
Everybody ride motorcycles. So it's the safest thing to do now. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to worry about motherfuckers shooting the club up because everybody got guns. So it ain't like you the only one who's gonna have a gun shooting everybody up. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's the most safest thing to do right now. The safest thing to do is to go to a motorcycle club, enjoy yourself, and go back home.
Nah, man, it
So
always
that's
looks like it's
basically what
love. You know, how
it's
long you been
always
down in
look.
Boogie Down?
Huh?
How long you been a member of Boogie Down now?
Shit, it's been 18 years now.
That's crazy.
It's 18 years. I've been a president for 5 years. I've been a national president, national vice president for 6 years. I'm a national advisor right now, so that's been like 4, 5 years too. So yeah,
That's beautiful. Yeah,
we
man.
got 21 chapters from here to Tampa, Florida.
Damn.
Um,
Yeah,
yeah, y'all
nationwide.
got to come to one of our breakouts. Our next breakout gonna be in Atlanta, Georgia this year. It's gonna be hosted by the Born Losers.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Yeah, it always looks cool, man, and I've always loved seeing, you post it. And like I said, because I got other friends from, Cleveland on my page, I see a lot of different people post, a lot of different clubs, and I'm always curious what that is like. So it's good to hear that that's like a, it
Yeah, they
always looks
always say
love.
like if you talk to somebody from Cleveland about me, they don't know me about Archie. Everybody know me about A-Rab.
Yeah. I see people post that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. No, that's good. That's great. And we've been just kind of like going over the season, you know what I mean? Cuz we haven't done this. We was talking before you got on here. We haven't done Beyond the Harmony like as a season. It's almost 2 years. It'll be 2 years. If we would have waited one more month, it'd be 2 years since we did it officially, right? But we've done
Right.
little spin-offs with like, the Arch episode and everything. And Arch Dogs, I'm gonna hit you with the same question every year, probably for the last 8 years. Does Archie Blaine think that this is the year that I'm gonna be able to get Brina up on Beyond the Harmony? Oh, that was another thing. That was another thing Archie did. Listen, Brina was never going to come on, but we did that listening party, and she didn't come on, but Brina called in, 2, 3, 4 times and talked to us on the phone. So Beyond the Harmony
Yeah,
even got
I think y'all be able to get it. I think you'll be able to do an interview with her this year.
Hey, we love her, man. You know us.
I'm gonna talk to her and I'll get off this line with you. I'm gonna ask her can she do it for you.
Hey,
I'm almost sure she'll do it though.
you know what it is, and I think the first
She like you guys, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm almost sure she'll do it.
the first time you and I did an interview, you said, "Listen, man, you go, this is the first interview that I've done in 20 years because you can't really fuck with the media." And you were
I'm not a media type person.
Yeah, and you was like, you just don't know what they'll do, with it. And I remember telling you, like, no, bro, like, I'm not gonna edit nothing. The way you say it is the way it's gonna go. And I think that for everybody, like, they're always a little hesitant. But once you in with us and you part of the Beyond the Harmony family, like, we taking care of people. I don't ask no weirdo questions. I just try to make sure we take care of people. And I'll take great care of Brina, man.
Right.
If the fans love her. When she called in.
I'm gonna make sure I reach out to her today.
Yeah, bro.
And try to set something up with y'all. Soon as I reach out to her and she agreed to it, I'm gonna instant message you.
Oh, I gotta make sure too. Recently I talked to 101, and you came up in conversation. He said, "Hey, man," he goes, "give Arch my number." He goes, he was telling me about
my man too.
He was talking about a food truck he had. He goes, "I didn't even think of Arch. We could have made a lot of money together." He goes, "Hey," he goes, make sure you give Archie my number." He goes, "because me and Archie could win together." So I'm gonna make sure I slide you his number too.
Yeah, man, just send it to my message, man. So I'm gonna call him as soon as you send it to.
Yeah, no,
that's a good dude right there.
Yeah, I got you. He was.
Hey, you know what? I see Lazy. Shout y'all out too.
He did, man. We got him to listen to the thing every season. The last season we had, he did the same thing. Hopefully we get Lay on. If I could pick any of them to come on, is gonna be Lay. I think that's the one that could tell the story the best. So who knows? I'm always happy with what we got. We've done everything that I wanted to do on Beyond the Harmony. If Lay or any member of Bone ever comes on, it's a bonus. But if not, like 8 years into this, we still doing it, and it's because we built the relationship with alumni. like you. And I'm blessed and honored to be part of it, Arch. And
I appreciate it too,
hey,
man.
man.
It was a blessing.
Yeah. Hey,
It was definitely a blessing.
we appreciate you, bro. And I want to thank you for, just pulling up and checking in with the fans. And
For sure.
yeah,
And
man.
tell them and let everybody know in May we'll be open with Arch Dogs, and come and get your hot dogs and fresh lemonade and all that good shit.
in
And
May.
probably drop a track too.
And say that Beyond the Harmony sent you, and Archie will take care of you when you pull
Man,
up.
you got a free Arch Dog on me.
Hey, that's beautiful, man.
Hey, man, and anybody know about my Arch Dog? It's the best hot dog we got.
Arch, I'm gonna send you over. Like I said, I got that number for you. I'm gonna send that over to you from
My man.
101. And as soon as the trophy comes back into stock, it's headed your way, Arch. I got you, bro.
And I'm gonna reach out to Brina and see which y'all could come to something and do something together.
Let's
I'm
go.
quite sure she will.
2026 is the year for Brina and Beyond the Harmony, Arch.
My man, I appreciate y'all.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. You have a good rest of your night.
All right, you too.
I know it was probably too cold outside, but I was sitting here curious, wondering if other legendary people might have been out there. Like last time, Eric Wilson, the Cleveland and Cali, was out there. Who knows who was hanging outside of Arch Dogs today?
Hey, man, listen. Shit. I know what we doing is what it's supposed to be. When the hiccup this morning happened, I was like, what the fuck are we gonna do? And if y'all, what I'll say is, me, John, and Matt, we're kicking around. We're like, okay, what are we gonna do? We are we're 12 hours. 12 hours to kick off. I had 12 hours from the time that I found out Romeo was in the hospital to the time that we were gonna go live. And at first we was like, yo, we'll just we'll kick it, we'll talk, we'll do whatever. But what we're doing is the thing that we're supposed to do. You know what I mean? I was a little disappointed we weren't gonna kick it off with Romeo, but I was like, you know what? This universe gives us what we're supposed to have. There's a reason why the Romeo interview, the comeback interview from Romeo isn't happening yet. And we'll know when Romeo finally gets on here, we'll understand why the episode wasn't today. And there's a reason why we're doing what we're doing tonight. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why this is happening, I truly believe that. Crazy is really wanting Raiden Rush and Kane in here, but listen, Raiden Rush is next month, Crazy. You got to just let Kane and they making music, man. They can't be distracted by us. You got to let them just lock in and be focused. Don't worry. Next month is Raiden Rush month, So it was great. It was great to hear from Archie,
Yeah.
And even though I think that he might surpass Blaze now, possibly as the one that's come on the most. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I think so.
yeah. Yeah, and I think Capone's been on a bunch too.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, Capone's gone on a lot. I will say though, think about this. If Archie was to get Brina, right? Think of all the shit that Archie's done for the show. Archie's been on, he got Too True on, the listening party, he got the Brina call-in, he got us the jazz interview. If he gets us the Brina interview, crazy. You know what I'm saying?
By the way, the reason that the Arch Dogs episode, I cut that out and re-uploaded it a while back because my dumb ass was talking when Archie was showing the cart, the Arch Dog cart, and Zoom cuts to whoever's talking.
Yeah.
So that's what the re-upload is just so that you can see the cart and what was actually on afterwards. Before I ran my mouth, not realizing the consequence of it.
Yeah,
So
well
that's
now,
that.
see, I learned in that moment as well. And that's why when the guest comes on now, I highlight them so it doesn't do that.
Nice.
Uh-huh.
And
Learning.
yeah, no, I'm glad you noticed. Now I know all this time. You're like, man, fucking John, shut up. But
It's funny, I hadn't really noted because usually I liked that, you know what I mean? Because it's conversational, you know, it jumps from person to person. But I realized in that moment, I was like, oh, fuck, like I should be highlighting the guests the whole time,
Yeah.
you know?
And when you send Arch the 101 info, also if you can send him, I did a short based on the episode, the listening party, and it's him and Jazz telling the story of like behind the scenes of the making of Ballers Flossing. And me telling you this is also advertising it to everybody. If you want to see a short of just Jazz and Archie talking about behind the scenes of Ballers Flossing, there's a 3-minute short up for that. I also did a short, and it'd be cool for you to send it to Archie as well. It's the short of Eric Wilson, you know, that cool little 3-minute segment we had where he just happened to be sitting outside. How cool was that? And his segment was turned into a short as well. Over this weekend, I'm gonna make a short out of when Brina called in, as much that'll fit into a 3-minute short.
Yeah, that's what we need.
And there's a new Romeo short, and that's okay. That's one of the things I wanted to say is okay. So Romeo got delayed, postponed. Hopefully he'll be back someday again. In the meantime, if you haven't heard the 9 hours, which I hadn't even heard the 9 hours because it's all been in Cecil's possession until recent. And man, it's even though it's 9 hours, you might think like, how I couldn't listen to 9 hours of anybody, dude. Romeo's interview was so phenomenal for 9 hours. I never got bored. There was not even a single point where I was like, all right, Romeo, wrap it up. There was one part that got a little long. But it was actually interesting. It just had nothing to do with Bone. It was when, and you were really interested in the part. Cecil, do you remember the part when he was telling you about that movie he was making about, I think it was Sam Cooke?
Yeah.
And I mean, that part ran about a half hour. Matt, did you just hear that part?
I don't. No, I haven't even listened to like the last 3 hours.
Okay, well,
Still.
yeah.
So I'm a fake fan.
I'm working on, I don't know, I think I'm on hour 8. And but I just gotta say, from hour 1 to hour 8 where I'm at right now, it's all riveting. It's all really cool information. I think my favorite part of the whole thing is the part about Come With Me, when how he got tricked or hustled into performing the Jimmy Page guitar part of Come With Me by Puff Daddy, and how he didn't want to do anything for Puff Daddy, and then he got tricked into it, and then he got tricked into taking the $10,000. Whoops. I think that part about it. And that part's really good, is all I'm saying. So I think that's parts in like part 7.
I was blacked the fuck out by some of these points. You gotta understand, dude. Like, not only was I like in full blackout, but the last time I got to take a piss during that interview was when you were still on there. So however many hours it was after you was gone, that's it. I was locked in. You know, so I was in blackout mode by the end.
And that's the crazier part too, is that I know I tapped out at hour 5, which, you know, a couple years later I was able to survive a full 9. But
so crazy.
What threw me off was there were stories that he told in hours 6, 7, and 8 that I knew about, and like I knew it from him, and I'm like, how the heck do I know this? How did I hear this? But there it is. I still don't have an explanation. Did you ever do? Maybe you did it. Maybe you did Mo Mondays. Do you think you did some Mo Mondays?
Well,
I don't know.
Mo Monday like was a thing like that.
Yeah.
That started because of Romeo, because I was like, yo, there's so much there's so much Romeo stuff that, you know, I need to clip this out. So that's how Mo Monday actually started.
Yeah. Sometimes, you know, for real, honestly, when I think of how YouTube Shorts began, in the back of my mind, I'm like, oh, YouTube Shorts began because Romeo dropped 9 hours of meat. Like it's 9 hours of meat, and every single segment could be a short, could be a Mo Monday. We were doing Mo Mondays before YouTube Shorts existed, but that whole interview could be chopped up into 900 shorts. So bottom line is, I think you get it by now. If you haven't heard all 9 hours of Romeo Antonio interview with Beyond the Harmony with Cecil West, check that out. It's really good.
It's out there. And like I said, you know, there's obviously a reason bigger in the universe that we kicked off season 6, and, you know, He wasn't able to make it, and like I said, whatever that reason is will be revealed when he finally gets on the show. There's a reason why the universe just delayed his appearance here, so something's got to be going on. I have no idea. I'm not like bullshitting like I really know. Like I have no idea. I just really believe that there's obviously a reason for it.
Yeah, and perhaps Brina comes out of it. You know, like
Hey,
we just had Archie on.
who knows?
So who
Right?
knows?
It freed up space. Who knows? So,
Indeed.
Once again, I want to shout out everybody. We're already at $127 in super chats, $27 ahead of what the goal was for the entire night. So shout out to everybody that came through and dropped super chats. It's super easy to do. Don't forget to hit up your boys and do it. We're back for season 6. You can see us advertising Beyond the Harmony weekend. Join the Discord. It's pinned in the chat right now. There's information on there how you can become a part of Beyond the Harmony weekend. If you're not in the Discord but you still want to know, you can message us on Instagram, wherever. We're on everything. You can message me, Cecil West, on Facebook, whatever you need to do if you're trying to come down to Orlando next month and be in the flesh. We in the flesh in Orlando at the Beyond the Harmony Mansion. Beyond the Harmony weekend is coming.
Also, an advertisement during the off season leading up to this, Cecil finally released Sin's single Archon in the full. I know we played it on one of the episodes. Perhaps it was the Sin interview.
Sin episode, yeah.
And I don't know if you played the whole thing or not.
Yeah.
I can't
Whole thing.
Okay. Well, if y'all wanted to hear it without having to hear a full 3-hour interview, Cecil got that uploaded to the channel as well. It's a pretty cool song. It's a unique new style. So if you've been wondering how Sin was flowing now, check that thing out. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, man.
And
I just talked to Sin, a few days ago. He's doing good. He's doing good, and I mean, we just kind of talked like life shit, not even anything like music or Beyond the Harmony or anything, and it was just it's good, man. It was good to hear from him and talk to him, and the man's doing good, and it's good. I always like when I get to catch up with these guys, because sometimes you know me, I go MIA from John, never mind like Sin, so I just noticed like it had been a couple years since I'd talked to him. Talked to Majesty recently. Yeah, man, when we get back in show mode, I'm like, all right, I got to spin around and make these contacts again,
By the way, shout out to RC for all the research he prepared for tonight that never got used.
Poor
and,
RC.
And shout out to Cecil for having the most creative control on the show, because I thought we would just do a reading party. but I'm glad Cecil came through with the goodies. So,
you mean tonight?
Yeah. No. I'm not saying that's what I wanted to do.
No, but I'm saying you really thought like that was gonna, and I was just gonna say, oh, fuck it.
No, of course not.
I didn't. I was surprised John didn't get it by now. Like,
nah, listen.
There's no way there's not something in the chamber.
Listen, I always got something in the chamber. I would never let you guys down. I would never ever let the fans down. I always make sure that we got something, and it was an unfortunate series of events that made it so that we wouldn't have the guest, but. Again, I make sure that we always have one. So we had Archie Blaine on, and we had talked about this man here, and I'm happy to bring him on. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long time. Welcome back to the show, my man 101. Welcome back, bro.
What's up?
It's good to have you, dude. How have you fucking been? It has been a minute since we had you on, man. How have you been?
I've been good. Why I can see me, but I can't see you? I can't see y'all.
Yeah, well, I think it's because I have you highlighted. John, if you talk, like, you see him?
Testing.
Oh, yeah, I see him now.
Yeah.
With the fiery cityscape.
Yeah,
he blinked out.
The wasteland.
Yeah, it's
oh, is it?
It's most likely because what I do is when a guest comes on, I spotlight you so that the fans see you the whole time. So yeah,
I got a tendency to say stupid shit and it cuts the camera off you onto me. We had that problem last time, so Cecil's making up for my mistakes in the past.
It's all good. 101, man. It's been a couple years, when you first came on, the show, we had talked about it. You had just come home from your bid. We got all into the, you know, the dynamics of your entire career. We talked about everything from GYS to Rap a Lot. And then you actually made a surprise appearance after that where we, you know, we talked even, you know, into even deeper stuff past music. You know, what's good, man? Like, where we at? Like, what you got going on? You've been a guy that since you came home, you've been really like building and creating and trying to do something. So every time we talk, I'm always like, yo, this guy's got some new shit going on.
Yeah, I'm always active, trying to do something.
You got,
Especially when you come home and you start from scratch and you start with nothing and nothing to do but something.
yeah, yeah, man. Well, I know something that we've talked about, I pretty much since I've known you, bro. Something we've talked about is just like you becoming like some sort of presence, you know, whether it's in streaming or social media or anything like that, because, you know, I've always said like 101's like an intelligent guy. He's got a lot to like give to like the world. Like, you got anything that you're working on as far as that you could tell people on? Like, are you looking to still go in that direction, or?
I've been doing my homework and really trying to catch up with technology and seeing where it's going. I always been kind of futuristic, so I used to see where this was going, and now it's where I seen it going, but I wasn't there to get ahead of the curve. So now I'm just trying to really analyze it and see exactly how I can get ahead of the curve again because it's moving so fast. This technology age is deep,
Yeah. And
you know.
moving faster than it ever has, bro. Like, this is really the time where, like, you know, it's like I remember, you know, growing up, I've known John now for longer than I can think of. And, you know, growing up, it was like, hey, there's some new hot technology this year, right? And it was kind of like you had the year to learn. Now it's like, hey, have you seen the new whatchamacallit that came out yesterday that replaced the thing that came out last week? Like, that's the wave
Right.
we on.
Yeah, exactly. So that's where I try to catch up. And then I was working real hard coming home. Said I was putting in 80, 90-hour weeks, you know what I'm saying, for months and months and months and months. And so I didn't have a lot of time to do nothing but try to get my life back together at first. You know, I had to buy everything from socks to furniture.
Yeah.
So now I'm at a point where I got a dog.
Yeah, hell yeah. Good for you.
He's sitting right here now looking crazy. And really now I'm just starting to get the time going into 2026. I got the time and resources to really put behind the things that's been in my mind. So I'm working on trying to figure out and master some of these AI techniques. Um, some things I want to do with some film. I wrote manuscripts and stuff and books I've been playing with over the years, but now people don't read. So looking at how to get that information out here, be it factual, fictional, or you know what I'm saying, informational, and just seeing what's the best route to take this. And I'm looking at now trying to assemble and hire a team that can take this information because I can't do everything. You know, so I never thought I could. I always liked having a team. That's why I liked having the graveyard shift and having a label or something that where you got a machine behind you. So right now, like I said, I'm at the point with resources and thinking capacity to where now I'm just ready to assemble my team and start seeing exactly how to bring some of this stuff to fruition.
What do you think, like, in the perfect world, obviously not the one that we're in right now, but in the perfect world, like, what would be like the media you'd like to do? Like, would it be like a movie? Are you thinking radio podcast? Is it, you know, what would be like the ideal situation for you to present that?
The ideal situation for me, honestly, would probably be a mini series to be able to, because all my ideas and stories are like cohesive. They go together in some shape, form, or fashion. Just like when I was working on the album, I wanted to make it was a past, present, and future. So I wanted it to be a 3 CD set. So you know my old music, my present music, and what my future ideas for music is, and I could drop them all at one time, and you see my whole vision. So now, even with the stories I tell, it has the same. I don't know if it's consciously or subconsciously, but they have the same past, present, and future mentality. So two of them would be factual, one of them would be fictional, but it would be my vision for the future as these stories would proceed or how I would have liked them to play out. You know how you have stories with alternative endings?
For sure.
So it's kind of right. So it's kind of like my future is always my alternative ending. In a perfect world, this is how it would turn out. This is how it would be. This is what it would be. So that's why I think my actual stories would go great in a mini series.
Yeah, I think so. When you say that, are you talking like based on like your like life? You know what I'm saying? Or like would each like episode be something about like your life, or like go a little bit deeper into that?
Uh,
And if you can't,
yeah,
just say, hey, I can't give it away yet, Cecil, and that's okay.
what they pull from life experiences, definitely.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But your perspective of life experiences aren't always the full reality of them. So to say, I guess that's why they say based on a true story. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
yeah.
So in that way, if you were to get some of the elements wrong or some of the elements, and what I like is with AI is it actually helps you get some of the elements right when it comes to time frames and major events that may have taken place while your story was taking place that you might have misplaced or thought it was something different. So it helps you keep things in a perspective where just the other day it was telling me like, nah, that couldn't have happened because this law wasn't enacted till 2 years later. However,
Mm.
that story could still transpire, but this is how it would have to transpire based on what was leading up to that. And they started talking about the Rodney King riots and the crashes, the crash police in LA that was targeting gangs after the Rodney King. So this person who left LA, it wasn't because of the three strikes, it would have been because of that. And they got ahead of the curve
Yeah, yeah.
before the three strikes. So, so it really has been helping me develop the story behind the story because you can't think of everything.
Right. And
You
that's a
know what
lot
I'm
of
saying?
attention to detail, man. Like that's I think that's the continuity that, uh, someone a lot of people really appreciate that. You got your average person that they may not even think of that. That may not even have mattered. Whatever, but like to the people that kind of detail matters to, that'd be the first thing somebody would pick up, right? Like, oh, this couldn't have happened because that law didn't matter yet, right? So that continuity, that matters to like the real thinkers. And I always say, I think Beyond the Harmony listeners are like the real thinkers. So I know a lot of people in here could appreciate that perspective.
Right. And you never know if one person watching or 1 million people watching. And what I see, especially on social media, is people pay attention to the smallest of detail. It can be the finest woman on earth, and they be like, look at her baby toe, it's crooked. Yes. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
in this world where everybody's watching or nobody's watching, you got to be mindful of that when you're telling your stories and stuff like that. Because they're like, nah, this couldn't happen. Because I'm telling you, back then that hadn't even happened, Chad. But you don't realize sometimes storytellers get it wrong. We trying to pull back on memory and trying to pull back on events. And you know what I'm saying? And fortunately, we have technology now that allows us to do the research that's required to have the right backing and the right substance to a story that you need to tell. So I'm appreciating that and
Yeah.
working with that now.
Now we're in a crazy time where it's like the technology at our fingertips. You open up like ChatGPT and boom, your answer's there. More in depth than you could have ever thought of, and it's like you said, it's not a matter now of is it out there? It's like a matter of knowing how to use it, having those resources and knowing how to use them.
Right. And I also would like to find a way, you know what I'm saying, to bring some of this technology to the less fortunate underserved community when it comes to this, because the poor communities get left behind when it comes to this technology. During the computer age, the ghettos were the last ones to have even a computer at home. You know what I'm saying? Fortunately, everybody now got a computer in their pocket.
Yeah.
But what I see is a lot of people don't know how to use that supercomputer called a cell phone. And if you really learn how to use it successfully and add the way that you think with it, anything is achievable. The things that used to take us 10, 20 years, I can do in 10, 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about, like, when we were kids, they would say, hey, you got to learn how to, like, you got to learn how to do this math like this because you're not going to have a calculator everywhere you go. And now we got more than a calculator, right? Everybody's got one, like, boom, right there.
It's literally a supercomputer in your pocket.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Hey, so that y'all hearing that, you're listening, right? 101 is trying to build a super team, and he's got a vision. So, make sure if you know something, he's really looking for people that are, smart with AI, that understand the way that it works, the audio piece, the visual piece, the informational piece. So he's looking to assemble a team. So if you've ever wanted to work with a guy like 101, a Beyond the Harmony legend, a GYS legend, like, y'all got to make sure that you're reaching out to 101, because off camera, him and I talked a lot, and I'm telling you, he's building something special. And once he's got the right team to build it with, that's on. You know, someone just said in the busy voice, thugging with 101. So they know what it is, baby.
That's my cut. I was probably listening to that the other day.
That's right.
I love that album. That 1999 Eternal Fire.
30 years.
Yeah, and I see a lot of their stuff pop up on my feeds, like especially when they comparing them to other groups and saying who first, and you know what I'm saying, who deserves to be this, and them dudes, that album, and not only that album, but just them alone deserve to be top tier. They are hip hop icons. You know, so that music, the originality of it, the time it came out, the skill set of it, they really deserve all the accolades that they get that I see them getting. So, you know, I'm always supportive of that.
Yeah. 30 years, man. Crazy that it's, you know, does it, let me ask you a question, right? And I just had Archie on, and I told Archie, I go, hey, Arch, the last time you was on, or the first time you came on, it was like 8 years ago. He said, damn, it's been that long. I said, yeah, 8 years, it went quick. Like, everything that you've been through in life, all these, you know, different things, all the stuff we talked about in the first episode, knowing that Shots to the Double Glock, 30 years old, like, does it feel like 30 years, or does it feel like it just like went quick?
For who? For me?
For you. You know, what's that like, knowing that 30 years ago Shots to the Double Glock dropped?
Man, if people knew how fast time flew, we take advantage of every moment while it's here. That's the best way I can explain it. Because you look back, you say 30 years. I mean, yeah, I see my gray hairs. I see my kids and their kids. But when you really think about what you were doing, now this actually gives you a timeline because you can see it in real life. Hey, damn, we dropped that 30 years ago. Yeah. And we was doing that then, and it's been 3 decades. Never mind, okay, half of that time I was incarcerated. It's just the fact that, you know what I'm saying, how fast time flies and how short time we actually have on this earth.
It's a fact.
To really to achieve our goals and our objectives. So those people that sitting around wasting time and wasting thought power and monopolize, not monopolize, encapsulize. That's a better word. I'm not looking for big words. I'm just trying to catch up with my own words. But people that's encapsulated with bullshit should really look at the opportunities you got and the opportunities you lose.
Yeah. Because
time don't wait for no man to situate a plan.
Nah, that's a fact, you know. I think about being a kid and getting my hands on that Eternal album, and I'm like, damn, it don't feel like that long ago. Like when we did a 30-year anniversary episode, and I was like, 30 years. I said, I'm 42. I was 12. Like, that's fucking crazy. Here we are. We do this. I was 12. I'm 42. So you're right, man. You know, I think that, and this is why you and I always have clicked since I met you. Something that I've kind of spoke on is, you know, at one point, 101, he was up in my neck of the woods and told me he was up around me, and I said, fuck it, let's link up. And so me and 101, we linked up in person, and you know, I think we was only supposed to kick it. We was only gonna kick it for a few minutes. And me and 101, we ended up, you know, sitting in my whip, just talking about everything from the Bone, GYS, to life, to what he's doing now. And you know, I think that you and I, you know, look at things so similar from that perspective of, hey, you got this one go around. You gonna make everything you can of it, or you gonna regret, you know, that you didn't. And I can really appreciate that about you. You know, I said this to you off camera when we were sound checking, but I'm gonna say it for the people that, you know, I'm proud of you. I don't think enough people take the time to tell people that type of shit, but to know who you were from your story that you told us, to a man that came home, you know, you beat the odds of not being a statistic that they said that you would be, and to see that you're here, you're thriving, that you're doing great, you're building something, bro. Like, I'm proud of you, man, and I know all the listeners are too, and I cannot wait to see what you're gonna build, because I know it's gonna be something big.
I think people are gonna like it. But you know that I think everybody should, if you do a long time in prison, you should come home and get in a semi truck, because that was one of the best experiences and some of the worst experiences, because it's dangerous out there in the wintertime. But just being able, I pulled up on so many people all around the United States, and I was getting paid to do it.
Yeah. No, that was beautiful, man.
Yeah, so it made it cool to be able to network, especially people like, you where? I put up on my homie in Blytheville, Arkansas. They like, man, what you doing in Blytheville? I said, dude, as soon as I seen the mall that said Blytheville, I knew I was in your neck of the woods, so I called.
Yeah,
You
bro.
know what I'm saying? Like I just show up in the middle of nowhere.
Nah,
And
that's what
that's
it
where,
was
and
too.
that's definitely where you at.
Yeah, and that's what it was. Like he was just like, we was talking and he's telling me where he's gonna be at, and I said, "You gonna be where?" I said, "You know that's where I live at, right?" And he
Right. I'm
said,
like
"No."
one exit.
You know?
I was like at one exit from you.
Yeah, yeah. And I think you was fixing to stay somewhere else. So when I told you where I was at, you came up an exit to be closer, so we could
Right.
link up. And yeah, man, that's one of my favorite moments in Beyond the Harmony history. And none of it was recorded. I didn't do anything like that. That was just for me and 101. And
Right.
yeah, man, it was a great moment that I appreciate. I appreciate you as a person. I appreciate you taking the time last minute. I hit 101 up this morning at like 8, 9 in the morning, and I said, "Hey, this is my situation. If you got time, you think you can come through?" And you were like, "Bro, if you need somebody, I'm there." So I appreciate you doing this, man.
Yeah, for sure. There's so many people ask you to do stuff and they don't make it on time. I hate when people ask me to do something and then they pull out and got something to do. So I always appreciate y'all because at least when you call, you ready.
Oh,
It's not like you calling and talking about a plan and maybe it might happen or somebody got sick and you had to run to that and wasted my time.
nah, man. You know we got you. I'm looking forward to what's gonna happen this year. When I was talking to 101, we're gonna try to get him hooked up with just some people. Like I said to everybody listening, if you know about the direction that 101's headed, make sure to let me know because I'll help get you in line with him and see if you guys can build some magic in 2026.
Right.
All right, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I always look forward to working with some great people, especially some good, brilliant minds that can help bring some of your ideas to a better light. There's people that's been out here working on projects and seeing what some of this technology can do and seeing what's capable. It's a lot of people putting out a lot of movies and series and all kind of stuff. And I think we've got some great stories and some great material to work with.
You think this is, people, you'll often see people and they'll say something like, "Oh, I should have been alive in the, I wish I was alive in the 70s, or I wish I was alive in the, but like, then you'll see people that say, "Hey, you're living in the greatest fucking time there is to be alive right now. Like, we lucky." Do you feel like with what we have, that this is the greatest time to be alive, or what do you think about that kind of statement?
I think first of all, I don't know what it was like to be in the eras that I wasn't alive, so I really can't say the greatness of those, but I'm sure every era has had its great moments for people that took advantage of it. For me, I'm glad to have lived through an era now and seen the transformation through it, such as the computer age. I remember when there was no cell phone. I remember when there was, no computer in every home. I remember, when the TVs had booties on them. You know what I'm saying? And cars needed keys. So to be able to see all the technological advancements over the time that I've been around, the mental advancements, the information that's available now. If you don't have information now, you just don't want it.
Right.
If you still accepting misinformation and you're not doing your research, you just don't want to do your research. You just got cognitive dissonance and just won't even try to
That's a fact.
just you know what I'm saying? You just don't want it. That's just the bottom line. So if you want it, it's there. So there's no excuse in this era. Back in the day, I remember when you had to pay $1,000 or so, your family had to spend $1,000 for a set of World Book encyclopedias with thousands and thousands of pages of information that was published last year for you to just have enough information to be able to do an essay.
Yo, and they would come door to door. Remember, they would come door to door and try to
Yeah,
sell the joints.
and sell the set.
That was a job that somebody had, was to come to your door and try to sell you on an encyclopedia set.
They try to catch your housewife at home alone where she agreed because she know her kids needed information.
Yo, encyclopedias and vacuums. That was like the door to door.
The Kirby's, yeah, the door to door salesman. All that we had them.
Yeah,
my grandma bought the World Books. My grandma had the Kirby. All the things the door to door came because at the end of the day, they was bringing you things that was really a necessity. And that same Kirby lasts my whole life.
That's a fact.
So
we had the Kirby too. That's crazy.
Yeah, and that World Book encyclopedia got me through high school. because that was how we did research.
Yeah, man.
Even you had to update them every so often to get the information. But now, I mean, information is so plentiful. If you don't have it, you don't want it. And I feel sorry for you.
That's a fact.
And your kids, if you don't want it, you're not teaching it for your kids. And I feel sorry for them because they're gonna be done.
Now
If you look at all the jobs that's being cut out, all even the brain trust people that's being cut out with AI, think 5-10 years from now. If you're not up on this, you're done.
Yeah, that I say that to people about like the AI stuff. That's why I'm glad that you're trying to get your hands on it, because I know people that are scared. I don't want that. I'm like, listen, it's about to be your cell phones. It's about to be your TV. When I got in my truck, there was an update, and it went from the regular Google Assistant to all of a sudden I had Gemini AI that I click a button and talk to while I'm driving. I'm like, this is about to be in front of you, so you can be scared of it, or you can accept it, because it's about to be here whether you want it or not. You might as well learn how to fucking get with it.
It's like the parents who didn't care if their kids learned to code computers.
Yeah.
And now you look at the two guys that was able to go to schools and their parents invested in them coding. That's the people who own Microsoft and the people who own Apple.
Yeah.
Steve Jobs. I read a book about them and seeing how they had an opportunity to learn the code when most people didn't. And that's how they got so ahead of the curve in the computer age.
That's a
you know
fact.
what I'm saying? People so busy living for the moment that they don't know how to plan for the future. And the future is so short in front of them, they don't see longevity. And you got to look, especially us in the disenfranchised community, we have to start learning to look farther into the future and being prepared and not thinking for the moment, like my life could end today, so this is all I care about. I got caught up in that process at a point in my life where all I did was live for the moment. And hopefully tomorrow come. And if tomorrow come, okay, I got this ready. But if it don't come, who cares? When you start really looking lengthwise at 10, 20 years, what your children going to inherit, what your grandchildren going to inherit, you got to really plan for this. And that's where I'm at in my life now. I'm just focusing on the future. I got an 8-year-old son, so I'm focused on his intellectual capacity too. He like a little genius. He sits here and give me lessons.
Yeah, it's amazing to be young and be reckless and say, hey, I'm happy to be here, but if I'm not tomorrow, I lived it up. And you only 23, you don't even know what living it up is. And and now when you get older, you're like, hey, you realize how real it is, and every day is important and it's a blessing. But when you're young, it's not like that. I remember being reckless in the car and reckless with my friends. And, I look at it now and I'm like, man, you lucky you fucking lived through all that shit, bro. You're lucky. Right. You're lucky that someone looked over you and you alive to experience knowing like this is the wealth to be at this age.
Man, I'm not gonna lie. One of the best experiences I had since I've been home, instead of taking a regular vacation, I went to an ayahuasca retreat. Matter of fact, since our last interview, I went down to Tucson, Arizona for an ayahuasca retreat. And man, it was the most enlightening experience I ever had in my life.
Where was that at?
I went south of Tucson, almost to the Mexican border, because I couldn't cross the border and go. I wanted to go to one in Peru, but I didn't have a passport and couldn't get one at the time because I was still on parole. And but I went to a ranch in the middle of nowhere, down the middle of the desert, and spent some days at an ayahuasca retreat.
That's crazy. Yeah, man.
Yeah,
hey, that's that experience.
I'm going back this year. Yeah, it was a hell of an experience, an enlightening experience, a spiritual experience that I can't say I recommend for anybody, because it's not for the faint-hearted. It's not for anybody that's not ready for it and haven't researched it. But for me, I had done my homework. I knew what I was getting into, but I didn't know what I was getting into till I got into it. But it was an amazing experience. From now on, I'm gonna try to go at least 3 days once a year.
See, look, people are like, wait. In the chat, they're like, what did he experience? You guys gotta wait. See, this is part of the mini series. See, if it does well, then you gotta wait for the mini series to happen.
Well, no, I want to do some videos, some podcasting a little bit, and talk to some people about some of the experiences that I have had, because I think a lot of people who come. I was the only black guy there. I was definitely the only one there that came from where I came from, because everybody was kind of intrigued with me even being there, because it's not a lot of us that have these experiences and go to do these things. So I would like to talk to them about it, so our people in general can expand their horizons and stop being so superstitious or held back from having these experiences that can literally change your life and make you see things from a different perspective. And so I want to talk about some of these things and some of these experiences. So I was just talking to you today. I'm about ready to really set up. I got the time now. I don't have to work no more. I don't have to go through all them 80, 90-hour weeks. So now I got the time to really dedicate to, what I'm saying, disseminating information and talking to people about really some of my experiences, some of the things I probably could tell them, maybe help some people out.
See, 101, this is what I'm talking. You got people in the chat now. They said, okay, I've watched enough just to be curious about it. So this is the time for that 101 podcast. We've talked about you having your own podcast since like the day we met. And
it's called Shifting Perspectives. I have the all the background stuff and everything for it. I might cut it on in the next whenever.
Hey,
but
I tune in. You got a listener of me, bro.
Yeah, I got some. I think I got some things I can share.
That'd be the flip flop, right? You got to have me come on and be a guest on your show.
I got to interview you.
We'll chop it
up.
Right.
I know you got some stuff to talk about. You can talk to everybody. I just tuned in at the end of the Archie thing. I was on the phone and doing some stuff, so I didn't get to watch the whole thing. But yeah, that's a good dude.
Yeah,
I heard him his last couple minutes.
I made sure I told him that I had your number, so I slid your number to him and stuff, and he said the same thing about you, and I was like, make sure you get a hold of 101, man. I said he slid me the number just for you, Arch, and he said, oh, that's my guy. He's like, I'm gonna make sure I hit him up, so I'm sure you'll be.
And I never found his hot dog thing.
Oh, well, see, now he's got the whole. They shut down for the winter, but John, when did he say they're opening back up?
Was it March? Matt, did you? I think he said March, but I might have got the date wrong.
I wrote down May.
Yeah, okay.
He said for the winter.
Yeah.
Cleveland is still cold in March, so
it's a whole restaurant.
He's got a whole restaurant. They got an outside patio situation set up, and yeah, man, it's a beautiful thing. I'm gonna. I think I sent you a link with the episode to his the link to his Archdog episode.
Man, I was just saying, I wish I would have kept that food truck I had. I never even cooked in it. I bought a brand new food truck with all the brand new kitchen, was never cooked in.
Y'all imagine a food truck owned by 101 and ran by Archie Blaine, man. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, and I wish I would have found it there because I would have just shot it to it and we could have just worked it out because I just had it. I found a good deal on a dude that just built it, and I thought I had a partner that was going to cook in it and use it, and they backed out after I got it. So now I'm sitting here with this new food truck, but I'm working 80 hours a week. I need to keep doing what I'm doing. I don't really have time to stop and dedicate to this. I would like to, even, I got culinary skills and all kind of stuff. And I just needed somebody to do it until at least the winter. But I'm just sitting on this food truck. So finally, after calling around and seeing if I could find somebody who wanted to run it and wanted to do it, I had set up the business, had the LLC for it, got all the inspections, everything. All they had to do was go in there and start cooking, and I end up getting rid of it.
Hey, there's a reason. You know what I'm saying? I always say, just like I said about tonight, there's a reason why the guest wasn't here, and there's a reason why it worked out, and I'm sure there's a reason why it didn't work out for you and Arch in that situation, for it to work out in whatever situation, is
right.
The world's gonna put you in. So 101, I want to thank you for taking the time out of your night, coming on.
Man.
Kicking it with us, and you know what it is, man. I'm excited to see you put on, like, whatever we can do to help make it happen. Like, you gotta be a presence on the internet. Like, the world needs to know, you and know 101 and know Joe, and it's really got to know more about you, bro. You're a gem, man.
I'm gonna see what I can do. Matter of fact, I'm free this weekend. I might do something this weekend.
Let's go. Hey, y'all show some love for 101 in the chat.
I appreciate y'all having me.
You know what it
Thanks.
is. Thanks, 101. We appreciate you, bro.
Yep, much love.
That was awesome.
Hey, you know what it is.
If 101's still listening in after this, I was gonna. When you guys were talking about the AI, he was also talking about building a team. If he can't find the human beings to do it, there's alternatives such as AI agents, and supposedly later on this year or next year, the Optimus AI robots coming out by Tesla. So Tesla, Elon Musk company, they got this full humanoid robot, or Android, whatever you want to call it. I think it's got AI. It can cook your food. It can wash your clothes. It could do all kinds of stuff around the house, but it also has, it could speak. So it probably has ChatGPT level knowledge built into it. And so can you imagine, if you're like doing home improvement and you need someone to hold, sometimes home improvement jobs take two people. Now you got a robot that can figure out the spatial awareness and hold like another 2x4 or something, or tell you like, hey, drill this in here, or maybe you could probably hand it to him and say, hey man, you hammer this thing in. And Elon says that once one of them gets built and once two gets built, they're going to be trained in his warehouse to exponentially build more and more and more. And he said like within a couple of years, there's probably going to be like a million. And within like 10 years, there'll be more of his Optimus robots than human beings on the planet. So that's pretty wild. And just for a funny statistic, as far as robots go, back like 10 years ago, there was a statistic that said there are more robots than Costa Ricans that already
That's a weird
existed
one to
back
pick.
10 years ago.
I
But
think part of what you said that jumps out to me the most, that I'm the most fascinated, there's a term for it, but when you hit a certain point, at what point will when they start making themselves, at what point is it like an unstoppable like tsunami where you couldn't stop them if you want? Not that
right.
anyone's going to stop it, but like at what point critical
There,
mass.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a critical mass factor. I forget how many iterations in, like how, as you multiply 2, 4, 8, 16. There is one where it starts to go exponential, and it's not that many iterations in.
No.
And that's
Yeah.
what Elon was saying. He's like, dude, once this gets going, it's going to compound so quick. But to make it for our scenario instead of sci-fi, for 101, if he had a team of AI agents, because I have some friends in real life, they are automating their entire businesses that they own using AI agents. And he's like, dude, once I do this, the time I'm gonna have for a while, he's gonna sell that to others. But he's like, dude, he already has like 75% of his business automated. So if one's still out there, look into AI agents. Right now, the ones publicized are just for basic companies. But if you get some robots in there, Optimus, who knows what you could build? And I think once people, and I'm saying to everybody, start thinking about that. What if you had a couple of robots? If you're into music, maybe you now have your own Raid and Rush built in. Big, although I guess all of us, look at it, Cecil West created that the Faces of Death album in like a day,
Yeah.
right? How long did it take to do?
I think I worked on it for like a day, maybe 2 days or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
John, have you played much with Claudebot? I can't remember what it got renamed to the other day.
I don't, because I don't program, but my dev buddies, they all
Yeah.
use the command line interface, and it's crazy. They showed me how it works. It actually tells you a narrative of your code, which
Yeah.
blew my mind. Like it actually tells you like, and it tells it like in a story, like an adventure story about how the code flows through. So yeah, it's powerful.
Yeah, I played with it a little bit, and it helps someone with no information or background at all you know, it can
Yeah.
explain it to me.
Yeah. So there it is. Everybody could develop their own AI or robotic team. And you know what the other killer app too is if this Optimus robot can throw a football, like all my buddies that I used to throw the football with now got kids and they're like, man, if I'm throwing a football, I'm throwing with my kids, not you, buddy. Sorry, man, I got kids now. But sometimes I want to toss the football, bro. So
Yeah.
I'm give my robot football friend.
Yep.
So
I
yeah.
see in the chat, Crazy is trying like a motherfucker for a Beyond the Harmony compilation. And listen, the reason why I love it so much is, John, how long has this been a thing?
Doug,
You
so
know?
when 101 was on and Crazy was posting all that, I was just like, where was Crazy in our life like 10 years ago? Because essentially we built Dual Legacy off of the idea of Digital City, if you think back, right? We were working on that Digital City thing. We were trying to make a compilation. We had a whole entire business structure on how it was going to work and how we were going to distribute it. And then I think we found CreateSpace, and then I think a bunch of other stuff happened that was
Who
more interesting.
and listen, do you remember who the big guest for Digital City was?
Was it Thin C?
It was Thin C.
Thin C, bro.
And that's what I told him on the thing. I said, yo, before I ever did Beyond the Harmony, before I did anything, we were making music, building compilations, and I know I told this on his episode, but I'm gonna tell it again. I reached out to Thin C. I said, hey man, I'm just a young dude trying to get it. You know, I see you down with Lazy, down with Mo Thug. You know, Lazy's my favorite rapper, Bone's my favorite rappers. I said, you know, what would it take, you know, for me to get a song for our compilation? And I was straight up with him. I was like, this is what we're trying to do. You know, this is how we're going to sell it. This is how we're going to make money. I said, we don't have a lot of money, but, you know, this is the plan and this is how we're going to get the money. And I said, you know, I just want to have somebody that is in the lane that I appreciate, meaning Bone, right? So all the way back then, it was still like Bone, 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 Bone. I said, I just want to have somebody connected to that. I know I can't get Bone. You know, how do I get you? And Thin C was like, I'm going to send you something just out of love. Just do whatever with it, man. And I was like, you know, and even when he said it, like I didn't get it. I was like, what I owe you for it, you know, or whatever I said, right? And he's like, you don't owe me nothing. Like, just here it is. Like and he called me on the phone. Like this wasn't like on some like instant messenger or something. Like Thin C called me on the phone. I remember sitting on the sun porch, you know, and I had that dog Remy. This is way back with Remy, and Remy's next to me, and I'm on the phone with fucking Thin C, and yeah, you know, so this Bone shit with me and John, it goes deep. John and I are literally friends because he was in Lyrical Fusion and they did a song called Getting High on the South Side, and John pushed it heavy on the Bone board. And when I heard Getting High on the South Side, I was like, yo, what the fuck? And I was like, I just couldn't believe that, you know, everybody's a rapper now. But like back then, like you didn't have a bunch of rappers and you had even less that had material that you get online. Being online was such like, you know, it wasn't like it is now. You know, you had to go out of your way to be online, like even just to exist on it, never mind to have music on it. And so that's what connected John and I was Bone and the BT&H board and John's music. And, you know, he was smart. He made sure to market the song that sounded like a Bone song, and that's what linked me in. So this Bone shit with us, it goes deep.
Yeah, and I was thinking too that as far as Beyond the Harmony goes, you were doing Beyond the Harmony even before we even thought of the thought of Beyond, because Beyond the Harmony was a bunch of stages that got to this point. But when you were doing the Thin C thing, you were even thinking on the same level that we're thinking right now, where we've done everything, you know, but Bone as far as the interview part goes. And you weren't even trying to get a Bone feature. You're like, no, I just want some, you know, the surrounding story to it. So it's crazy how far back our tradition goes, back to Digital City. And I still love those colors that you used on that cover.
And listen, even Create Space was because of Bone.
Yeah.
Right?
Behind the Harmony.
When Bone put out the DVD Behind the Harmony, okay, way before Beyond the Harmony, and that's why we're called Beyond the Harmony, because we were like, oh, there's already a Behind the Harmony. I'm looking at it, and the same way that I analyze Faces of Death to figure out, like, yo, who the fuck is K Chill? Like, I got to know more. I'm analyzing this Behind the Harmony project, and I noticed that it's put out by this thing called Create Space, and I'm like, yo, what the fuck is this? And the more I look into it, I get the website, I send it over to John, and I'm like, and he's better at like nailing this shit down. So I'm like, hey, John, I could be wrong, because this seemed like such a foreign concept. But I was like, I think I found a place that you can upload your music and they'll turn it into a CD and they'll print just one if you want it. So your fans can go on and just order a CD and they'll print one. And again, this seems so foreign that John was like, nah, let me check this out. And when we figured that out, we put out every back catalog fucking thing him and I ever even like breathed on. We put out on Create Space, and it was all because of Bone Thugs and Harmony, and they utilized Behind the Harm, or they used Create Space. Romeo used Create Space as well to put out the second edition of GYS Stillwaters. He used Create Space for the edition number 2 that he released.
By any chance, Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, John.
I was just gonna actually, I'd rather hear your question first because mine might derail. So,
Uh, why the name Digital City? Where did it come from? Or is that
oh,
lost to the
well,
same?
I think before I hear Cecil's reason, I think the digital city had to do with the time period. The time period was, way back in the 2000s where MP3s were, CDs were kind of fading away. The whole thought at the time was MP3s and digital. I don't even I think they were calling digital music, but digital music like iTunes wasn't even like fully formalized. It existed through just the iPod, but the iPhone didn't exist yet. So the industry was panicking over the rise of digital music. That's my theory, is that that's why we call it a digital city, I think. And plus, everybody was going to be people that we knew through the internet or that we attracted through the internet. And the internet was a digital concept at the time. So, like, the name in present day isn't as cutting edge, but at the time it meant a lot more, I think. Cecil, how do you remember that?
Yeah, I did, and I
Because
could
I might have been
no,
wrong.
I
Like,
could
that's what I
be
thought it
wrong
meant.
too. I don't really I do think it was something like that. You know what I mean? I do think it was something like, the digital revolution was kind of taking over. Like, I think it was the first time that, like, people started to be like, fuck it, you can just get it on the internet, versus it was always like you got to go out to the store and get it on CD or tape, or whatever. So I do think it was something like along those lines. And I remember making like the cover art for it. I'll never forget the cover art, and it was
Yeah.
like very digitally, like almost like Matrix, but not Matrix colors. And yeah, man, it was just another, me and John have been collaborating and working on shit since I was in high
2002.
school.
Yeah.
So
I was gonna say this sounds like if there was iPods but no iPhone, this might have been 2004.
probably,
No, it was '05 because
Okay.
the dual legacy logo was on it.
yeah, okay.
Okay.
And there was a bigger business strategy to it as well. So we didn't find CreateSpace yet at the time. I don't think CreateSpace was in
Mm-mm.
the mix when we did
Yeah.
Digital City. And so back then, to do an album, you had to do a print run of minimum 100 CDs. So the idea was like, all right, well, we can't really, like, now we can fund like it's nothing with, we actually have like jobs and shit. But back then, money was harder to get to. And we were like, all right, well, if we have a compilation with a bunch of different artists, everybody could pitch in evenly to get their track on the album. And now that you have 20 different people pitching in and they're all artists, you now have 20 salesmen to go out there and sell Digital City. And essentially, you just need to sell 5 copies each. And if 20 people sell 5 copies, that's the full 100 run. And then we wanted to do it as like a series. Like, that was Digital City Volume 1. And I think we wanted to create like this storyline that overarched all the Digital City volumes, so that while, it was kind of like Mo Thugs, but we wanted to try to keep it as consistent as possible, so that you're hearing all these different groups, but it's kind of like the same collection of different groups throughout all the volumes. We didn't get volume 1 down, but it's because a whole new world opened up in Cecil's life that was much more attractive, that we could fully control. Because when you're dealing with 20 people, 20 different groups collecting 20 different sets of money and then shipping out 20 different sets of discs at the time, mailing stuff was not as easy as it is today, where you could just print up labels online. Back then, I'd had to write everything out, bring 20 packages to the post office. And so, yeah, now it's a real easy thing to do. Oh, but also, just for crazy out there, we have this whole concept, the concept that you're presenting. Cecil and I talked about it. I don't know if we talked with Matt about it, but the idea is this, and I don't care if this gets bitten because we'll probably never get to it, but if we do, that's great. The album's called Family Crisis. Cecil already made most of the artwork for it. It's got the pyramids, it's got the whole entire motif
Yeah.
going. We wanted to get the Mo Thugs together and make like Mo Thug 5 or whatever number. It's kind of hard to figure out what Mo Thug
It'd
they're
be
on. Like,
five. It'd be five.
it'd be 5.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, do you consider the
No.
small soldiers, Mo Thug soldiers, to be Mo Thugs?
No, listen. Mo
Yeah.
Thugs is Mo Thug 1, Mo Thug 2, Mo Thug Mothership, and then Mo Thug the movement. That's it.
That's it. So-
Everything else, unless it's Two Trues album, Poetic Hustlers album, or Graveyard Shift album, is just some bullshit to me. You know, as far as Mo Thug. Anything that Kaz did isn't real to me.
Did Kaz do the Mo Thug Soldiers? I think I only listened to Mo Thug Soldiers once.
Yeah,
and I don't even remember.
I'm pretty sure that's like if it's not a Kaz thing, then it's like a real talk entertainment thing. I'm pretty sure it's a Kaz thing.
And what about those like Mo Thug West? You know, the Busy Bones on the cover.
Well, like,
I think
that's all like we was just talking about tonight. Bone is in Illinois. I don't think it's Chicago. It's just outside or something. And like they there, Smokey's there, and then Mo Thug Detroit. The Detroit Mo Thugs are there, and they've been around forever. That's like Bino and them got Mo Thug South, and it's kind of like Mo Thug has always been like bigger than like the music to me. So you got Mo Thug West, Mo Thug South, Mo Thug Detroit, and these are literally like their own thing. It's kind of like, you know what it's like? I remember DMX and the Rough Riders, and then I remember seeing the Rough Riders like motorcycle shit. And I was like, yo, what? I couldn't wrap my fucking brain around, I couldn't wrap my brain around it, right? But it was like, yeah, you got DMX and the Rough Riders. That's the rap shit. But we the motorcycle club. And it's like there was just different branches of Rough Riders. And I think of Mo Thug as the same thing. It's like Mo Thug Detroit, it falls under the Bone umbrella and shit, but they're doing like their completely own thing that has nothing to do with the Mo Thug compilations.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like, that's kind of how I do it in my mind. Jay Platt says, what up? Beyond the Harmony. Much love. Finally getting in here. Happy to have you. You missed out on so much. Unfortunately, anybody that's tuning in, unfortunately, Romeo Antonio, he's currently in the hospital. I spoke with him this morning. He's very ill, they think, with COVID, and he was not able to make it tonight. Last minute, though, I assembled the alumni, Avengers. Archie Blaine has popped in. 101 of the Graveyard Shift has popped in. So, we still having fun. I know it's not the way we thought we were going to kick season 6 off, but so far I'm really happy with it. I know that the viewership isn't as high as it was or what it would be, but that's the way it goes when things don't go to plan. But I'm still happy to be here. It's season 6 since the season's turn, John. I don't know if you're paying attention, but I literally own Bone artifacts that do not have a value that you could put on them because they are so there's no you can't look at it like the fucking clean version or like Faces of Death 93 and say, oh, that's worth about this. These don't have a value because they're so rare. It's crazy.
No, it's like, hey, y'all got the fucking clean version. I got the fucking skull.
Yeah.
On the clean version.
Yes. Facts.
And
in my living room, the skull that is on the back of Eternal under the track list, the skull that is inside of Eternal, that their faces when they're doing that thing and like their faces are moving and it's a skull. This is the skull. The fucking skull from the East 1999 cover. It's the same skull that they use under the tray with the spikes coming out of the skull in Art of War. It's the same skull. The
actual, not even the same, the actual
the real
skull.
thing. This the one.
Real thing.
I got it sent to me by Donald Cunningham. It's in my living room. And I don't know if we went live. I feel like I told this story, but he sent a second skull, and I thought, oh, this is just, some extra shit that he had. Like, cool, he threw in this little skull, and I was like, oh, I appreciate the other skull, this and that. I put it, and he goes, you don't know what that is? And I said, no, I just figured it was some cool thing that you threw in. He goes, bro, that skull, if you open up Eternal and you look at the page with the Eazy-E and the crystal ball, that's one of 4 skulls around the crystal ball. And he goes, and they're in the first of the month video around the Ouija board. He goes, there's only 4 of them, and now you have one of them. And so not only do I have the skull from the fucking clean version, I I got the skull from the first of the month video. I got the Kyra Wolf sketch of his famous the cover, the thing that people always share of the animated bone members that look like skeletons. I have that sketch. He actually drew that and hoped that they were going to use that for Unified. What a different album that would have been if that was the Unified cover. I have the sketch directly out of his sketchbook of that, and now I own the 1-of-1 press match from the Art of War. Julio Costanzo gave it to me, and he's like, the press match. He's like, back then when we designed something, you couldn't just go to the copy place and have them print it out. He goes, what you had to do was you would bring it to a place and they would print all the colors as negatives, and then they would basically have to put all the negatives together. And so when I say it's a 1-of-1, he goes, that's because it really is. Then we made that one that day to bring it to Ruthless to say this is what it will look like. And so it's the only one fucking like it. And now I have that in my possession as well. So,
Are these is it too much for me to ask? Are these your prized material possessions?
Like,
I know we can't put a price on these things. Well, maybe bone and outside of bone. I'd like to hear both.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for bone shit, right? Like, I collect so much shit. It's funny because I kind of got over CDs, right? So I got a box full of rare bone CDs, 93, Night Riders, The only thing I'm missing is the fucking clean, right? I wanted the Thugs Cry single. I got that. Like, all this little... And now I'm over that. That shit's sitting in a box. And then I really got into collecting... to the point that poor Mrs. West, man, all over my fucking house. There's more pictures of Bone hanging on my walls than there are of my family. And I started collecting all the old advertisements, from everything, from the golden era of Bone anyway, right? So it's like I got the Nobody Can Stop Me advertisement, like literally next to me right now, the Thugs Cry, the Heavens movie, and they're all lined up, and they're all from different magazines. So I've been kind of searching those type of shit out. So definitely in terms of Bone, like those are absolutely my most prized Bone possessions. I did just get, John, did you see this? I don't even know if y'all have seen this. I posted it in the fucking Discord, but I got a Mo Thugs CD display. Like that you would have walked into a store and seen the albums displayed in. It's a whole pop-up Mo Thug CD display. And yeah, that shit, it wasn't even put together. Like when I got it, I had to take it apart and put it together the way they would have in like a Sam Goody store or something. And
so it's like new old stock or what?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, brand new.
Wow.
Like they shipped it to me in the same box that the store got it in. And
can you tell what album it was to support?
So it's got Mo Thugs 1 and 2 on it, and it's got both solos. So it had to be right in that 98, somewhere in there. So
wow.
So yeah.
That's 1-of-1 now, right? At this point.
I'd never seen one, and
Yeah.
I know people have heard me tell the story before. When I was a kid, I got my grandmother to help me get the Resurrection display from my local Sam Goody, and I called these motherfuckers every day until the day they said they were taking it down. My grandmother brought me in the big white caddy, and I came out with it, and she, even though I told her the whole time what I was going to get, like I don't think she really understood it, and she looked at me like, what the fuck? And I put this thing in her car, and I had it. And unfortunately, when I moved out, it was the one thing I left at my mother's house, and she had a house fire. And so I ended up losing that. And I've always had my eye on getting another one. And then this popped up, and I'm like, okay, it's not exactly it, but it's pretty fucking close. The shipping almost cost more than the thing itself. But I went ahead and I bought it anyway. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so I love that too. As far as like, my most prized collectible, you know, I don't know. Shout out to Jay Platt. He says, this is Josh from Discord. Excited for the new season. Happy to see all three of you back. Let's all flood Lazy's DMs on IG and get him on here. God bless. Josh has the right fucking idea. I literally need people to send DMs to Lazybone and say, hey, you got Beyond the Harmony blocked. Unblock them and go on the show. We want to see you on the show, bro. So he's got the right idea. Shout out to Josh from our Discord. The Discord is pinned. Come join us over there. So
Josh is right in that sense. In the current era, the fans have all the power.
For sure. That's the difference maker. Lazy don't care that I'm hitting him up. He's gonna care that you guys are relentlessly saying, yo, we don't give a fuck about you being on these other platforms you're going on. Even though I will say Bootleg Kev interview was great. It's always great when he's on Court Dog shit. But fuck these other platforms. Go on the one that's built for y'all. You know, come on over to Beyond the Harmony. If you're sick of the podcast host all dancing in the video, making it about them, come on over to Beyond the Harmony.
Yes. Was it you that had the Thugs Cry cutout thing, or was that me? The whole.
That must be.
I can't remember.
That
was you.
You.
Jeez. Okay. Yeah, because Smokey used the word.
I would have been bugging you for that if you know.
Did I at least send you the BB Gambini missing poster?
No, but I own 3 of them.
Okay. Who the hell did I give it to?
One of them is framed, and it was my one and only real successful matting and framing. Besides the Capone thing, I guess the Capone thing is actually the most impressive because I had to cut out multiple things. But yeah.
I remember you sent me pictures of the Gambini one. I really liked it.
By the way, there was some other things in here. Arcanoa asked if we were on the bone, if we were searching the bone ring
I don't know
back
what
in
that
the
is.
day. I remember the bone ring thing, but I just remember never getting. I think it was like a button, and you would click it, and it would take you to a different bone site. And I just remember thinking, like, well, I got a couple bone sites I want to go to.
Yeah. I think that thing was dying down by the time I had hellsent.com.
You know what was dope as heck was in 99 or 2000 with Winamp, somebody created a 24-hour Bone Thugs and Harmony channel.
I think that and I think it's just like the Bone Board. Remember the Bone Board split? I think that thing split, and then there became 2 channels, and it was like, yo, we need 2 channels, a 24-hour Bone. Like, what the fuck?
And then I think Crazy said that he got his Faces of Death record signed finally. So that's kind of cool.
I'm torn on signatures. I'm like, yo, I don't want, imagine me having that skull signed by all the guys in fucking Bone. I'd be like, well, just fuck that up. Like, I'm really torn about autographs. Like, I think that's a unique thing to me because, I think that most people are like, yo, this is what the fuck you want, right? But, like, I got a Faces of Death that Busy Bone signed, and I'm like, fuck. Kind of.
Yeah, well, when I learned from, getting something autographed was like the thing, but then back in 2020 during COVID, everybody got back into collecting football cards and baseball cards. And I noticed if you had a PSA 10, just regular, not signed, it was worth more than a PSA 10 gem mint signed. And I asked somebody that I said, hey man, why isn't a signed card PSA 10 not worth more? And they said, bro, because if something's mint, it means that it's in perfect condition. When you sign something, you're defacing the card. You're literally destroying the mint condition of it. like you're totally destroying the original copy. So that kind of blew my mind finding that out. And so I don't know if it's the same way with everything else, but it seems with football cards that are graded by PSA or Beckett, the non-signed ones seem to fetch a higher price.
Well, I'm telling you right now, as far as things that are all original, the only one to exist, not a motherfucking copy. I got another guest in the fucking house for us. It's the original G. He hasn't been on since season 3, I would say. We getting him in right now. I'm excited to bring my man back. Let's get him unmuted. Ladies and gentlemen, here for the first time since season 3, it's my dog. Freaky G is back on
Yeah,
Beyond the
yeah, yeah,
Harmony.
yeah, nigga. And we back up here with Facebook too. I brought Facebook in here with us, Cecil,
Oh,
baby.
oh, we on your stream too?
Yeah, 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 man. This is something epic. I rolled me a nice Bob Marley joint for this shit.
I love that, dog. I love that. I love everything that you're doing, bro. We spoke a little bit. We didn't have a lot of time during the sound check. We spoke a little bit, but freak, I love everything that you're doing, man. Like you're really embracing the media and being part of this, and like your transition from a rapper to like just like a media presence. Like what's that been like for you? Because the last time we talked, you was like really focused on building your studio and making music, and so like did you transition? Are you still making music? And like what brought on this new like wave of Freaky G?
Shit, man. Hey, look, man. It's like I done been through so much, man, since the last time that we done talked, man, that I just had to go full fledged into this shit, man. Uh, I lost my mom back in 2024, and it was like, shit, man. My mom, she loved this. She loved to see me do this, man. Matter of fact, I got her picture over there lit up right now with the candle, goddamn it. Shit. So mama up in here with me. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I had to take a break from the music for a minute. You know, I was dropping stuff here and there, but it wasn't the same. It was like, again, like I said, my mom, she loved to see me doing what it is that I do, because it was like, as a child, for a couple of years, I didn't talk for like 3 years. So it was like coming up with her, she was always, hey, you got to voice your opinion. You got to say what it is. And I was like, man, fuck this. And niggas want to beat me up and all kind of shit, man. So no, fuck that. But now it's like, I don't care. You feel what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And there's so much that's going on that's in the world right now, man, that people they need to just have some compassion. I ain't gonna even say love, just some compassion. You feel what I'm saying? And that's what I try and bring with my podcast. And it's like a form of therapy, as well as, I have my fun up on here, man. I have a good old time.
Nah, for sure. I think that every time that I'm on my Facebook and I see you're on, I always tune in because when you see us live, right? Like they gonna be talking about like some
Yeah,
bone or
yeah.
what it is, right? But I'm like,
Yeah,
yo, who the
yeah.
fuck knows? Freak could be talking about women, he could be talking about the
Yeah,
government, he could be
yeah,
talking about
like
music,
anything.
whatever.
But I'm gonna be honest with you, Cecil, man. Every time I go on live, man, I pray before I go on live, and I ask God. You feel what I'm saying? Like a couple of hours before I'm gonna go on, what is it that He want me to talk about?
Hmm.
Cause I got a list of stuff that I could talk about over here in my playlist over on YouTube. But it's like, God, where you want me to take these people right now? You know?
Hmm. Yeah, man. I think it's been so like I said, it's been really interesting and crazy and like refreshing to watch you like the evolution. Like are you doing music at all, or is that like
Oh, definitely,
yeah?
definitely, man. I just dropped two singles over on in my independent store, man. And I'm fully independent. I'm just let people know that off top. I do direct to the consumer. I done stopped streaming. I took most of my music up off of streaming. What's up there is to help out the people that help me out with the projects. You feel me? But other than that, anything else is direct to the people, man, over at Wasteland Music.
I know last time you were on, you were kind of like working on like a clothing line and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, definitely,
Are you still
definitely.
doing that, or was that kind of
Yeah, yeah. We had to take a break for a minute because last year we had that it was real bad down there in Florida, and my merch guys down there in Jacksonville. So it was when they had that little hurricane down there and stuff, man, it got all shook all up. So I had to take a break for a minute. But we working on some new designs, man. I ain't lying. I come with them dope ass slogans, man.
Yeah, man. Nah, I think that's all. You know, I've always liked that it's like you kind of want to be a little part of, you know, everything. And I think it's
Yeah.
because you love all that stuff, right? And that's how we're geared
Yeah.
as people. If you love something, you want to be part of it. And it's like it's been cool for you to do music and do clothing, but you know, those are the things that people expect, right? As a rapper, like you've been a rapper, you're you know, almost your whole existence, right? So people expect, oh, a rapper, they get a clothing line. Oh, a rapper, they get the alcohol. But like to become like a media presence, and like what I fuck with is when I get onto your streams, like I see people that are in there because they're in there for like this version of Freaky G right now. They're not in there like, yo, tell me about Mo Thug. Tell me that they're not even people in there for that. Like they're in there for like this version. Like, do you feel like, is that a win for you that you evolved from Freaky G, the Mo Thug to like this, that it's like, they're not even there for that. Like they're there for you now, like this.
Definitely, man. It's like the whole evolution process, man. It was all a step out of faith with God. You feel what I'm saying? Because I could have easily been like the rest of these cats, and I could have been fighting for a deal, or you know, constantly keep going through some bullshit just for some money. And I'm like, nah, man. I really love doing what it is that I do. I went to school for this shit. So why not apply it? I know a lot of people that go to school for shit that they don't even do for life. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like they don't even enjoy doing it. I'm not doing this for no money, man. God take care of me. You feel what I'm saying?
Is there anything right now that like you're not doing that you still are trying to get your hands in? Like is there still like things, or are you pretty good and you're happy now with like the different things that you're doing, or is there like another thing that you're like, yeah, I'm doing everything I want to do except for this last thing, I got to get my hands on it?
Nah, yeah, so in other words, what you trying to ask me is, am I content? That's what you really trying to
Hey,
ask me.
you know,
Am I content?
which hey, before you answer, I just want to say there's no problem with being content. You know, there's a difference between people that are content and people that are inspired. When you've done what you want to do and you're content, that means you're winning. You're on the level. You're doing what you want to do.
Absolutely.
If you're uninspired, that's different. So content's okay, but is there still another brass ring for you to grab?
Man, it's as long as God keep me moving, man, it's gonna always be a ring for me to grab. You feel what I'm saying? Because I'm not doing what I do, like, again, for no type of financial profit. I do it, man, to touch souls. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I know I piss off a lot of people, but that's what. Hey, look, I'm attacking your feelings. I'm not attacking you as a person.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm attacking the fucked up way that you look at things. Like if you could look at it from a different angle, and I learned that through therapy, man.
Do you think do you think like your viewers, do some of them have a hard time separating that piece that you just said, like, hey, I'm not attacking you,
Definitely,
I'm trying to make you
all
think?
the time, all the time. I get it all the time over on Facebook, man. I'm always beefing with some motherfuckers over there on Facebook, man. And it's mainly the females because they don't understand me. You feel what I'm saying? It's like he's an attractive man, but most attractive men supposed to carry themselves this type of way. I call females bitches and hoes. You feel what I'm saying? But I also know how to distinguish a bitch and a hoe from a woman and a lady. You feel? You understand
Yeah,
me?
yeah, yeah. I
Yeah, and I bash the bitches and the hoes all day long, man, because we don't need that in society. I look at them like rats.
And so that brings you all the heat on Facebook.
Yeah, man. And it's not like I'm really bashing them. It's just I'm a mirror in their face. I'm just addressing what the fuck y'all putting out here to us.
I wonder, sometimes I do this, and maybe you don't, you know what I mean, which is cool. I'm just curious, but like sometimes I'll play devil's advocate even if it's not what I think, just to make other people think. Meaning it's like all four of us could be sitting here having a conversation and we could all agree in the same way. And even though I really agree, I might play from the other side just to make the other three of you look at the other perspective and look at the other side. Like, do you ever like?
That's content creation,
Yeah,
bro. You
you
feel
know.
what I'm saying? Like that's the art of content creation that a lot of people don't understand, but it's not a malicious way that you play in devil's advocate. A lot of people play it in a malicious way. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's where a lot of the beef and all of that shit come in. But the way that you do it, is respectful. You know?
Yeah, well, I think that I think it's important, and speaking just from me, right? I think it's important to make people think 360 degrees, even if we only agree, on this side, right? Like for instance, it doesn't matter what political affiliation I am, right? But what I'm gonna say is,
Absolutely.
regardless of which one I am, I'm like, you gotta know both sides if you want to speak on it, right? So it's like,
Absolutely.
so as passionate as I could be about one side, even though I'm not on the other side, I could speak passionately about it because you have to, or you look like a jackass because you can only speak about this one thing. And passion's okay, but knowledge is what like makes it what it is. And that's why I have fun listening to you, because I feel like you kind of do that with your listeners a little bit. Like
Yeah.
you be throwing little things out there just to like, I'm like, I don't even know if that's what Freak really thinks, but this has got the whole chat talking right now.
Yeah. Like, hey, man, again, it's content creation. It's the art of content creation. But it's like I'm using the negative and turning it positive. Because at the end of the day, everybody always say, well, he's always ranting, he's always talking this shit, but he don't come up with no solutions. No, I do. If you sit there and you listen, by the end of the episode, I give you a solution to everything that I done talked about. And then, like you said, I'm giving it to you from a different perspective, a different angle. It's not what people basically. I'm gonna put it like this. I give it to you common sense. You feel what I'm saying?
For real though.
It's straight common, is to the point. I'm not beating around the bush with it.
Has like you in like this podcasting media role, has even that evolved? Like, I mean, because I remember like Freaky G just going live on his cell phone, right? And just talking, there wasn't the mic. Like when you two, for y'all that don't know, like when you tune into Freaky, he got the soundboard going and shit. Like, like it's really come like, its way, right? Like,
Definitely, man. I kept hearing from dudes in the music industry, man. Like, you gotta invest in yourself. You gotta invest in yourself.
yeah.
So what I was doing, when I stopped drinking alcohol about 3.5, 4 years ago, I just started using the money instead of purchasing alcoholic beverages and kicking it out in the streets and the clubs and shit like that. I just started buying equipment, and then I started studying on YouTube. You know.
What, and I don't want to get, too deep into the personal side, but like, can you just speak on, and this is mostly for people out there that are like, they got something that they're trying to do. Can you just talk about the importance that it's been for you, like getting clean off of alcohol and things like that, and what,
Definitely,
like the evolution, like if it was even possible for you to be in this place that you're in right now, if you wouldn't have made those changes.
Nah, I wouldn't have never been. I wouldn't have never been where I'm at or headed where I'm going. You feel what I'm saying? It's like the alcohol was clouding my vision. It was clouding. It was of the time. I'm talking anger. I'm always angry. I'm emotional. You feel? I don't have no grip on my emotions. But as I regressed from using the alcohol, I saw that I started gaining more and more power back that I had lost, because I was giving power away. Getting drunk like that, getting high like how I was getting high, man, I was giving power away to any and everybody who would come in my path, you know.
Yeah.
And I started seeing that, oh, okay, people ain't the way that, I thought that they was. So I started distancing myself, and then I started getting into my scripture. And the more I start not drinking, the more I start feeling a spirituality that was coming over me that I couldn't deny it, you know. So for a person to get off of drugs and alcohol in order to pursue anything, not just music or content creation, but anything that they want to achieve, it is a mandatory thing because God is not going to bless you. He doesn't like drunkards. He does.
Obviously not all of it, but do you think a lot of that comes from just like the image and persona of being like a rapper and an entertainer that, we turn up, we drink bottles, we in the club every weekend? Like, do you think a lot
Yeah,
of
but
it?
it has more to do with the culture and the age groups.
Mm-hmm.
You feel what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like the younger I was, the more I wanted to party, the more I wanted to travel, the more I wanted to. You feel me? Live that
Yeah, for
lifestyle.
sure.
But as I got older and I started having grandchildren and looking at my life like, nah, man, this shit ain't what it is. You feel me? Like I need to something that my grandchildren can be proud of, man. I don't want to be like the rest of the crowd.
Right.
I've always been like that my whole entire life. I've never wanted to roll with the rest of the pack. If everybody wearing black, I'm gonna wear blue. You feel what I'm saying? If
Yeah.
everybody wearing red, I'm gonna wear purple or something. I'm gonna be different. I'm gonna just be different.
Yeah, man. I think that it is really commendable. We talked about it offline, and 101 was on here earlier, and I
Shout out to 101, man. That's my motherfucking nigga, man.
I got to give him the same flowers, which is, I'm truly proud of you guys. Knowing you now as long as I've known you, and knowing, I've known 101, I've known you longer than I've known 101, but knowing you guys and knowing the stories, right? Because I try to tell people, I'm like, when I do an interview, right, I ask questions in a way that makes it personal. And so people are very vulnerable when they're on the show. Like you telling me, because I'm not just like, yo, freak, tell me about this song, right? Like I'm asking vulnerable questions. And knowing you guys and who you are, and the fact that statistically you should be a statistic right now, knowing your
Yeah.
life, you a guy that's been to jail, like you said, drugs, alcohol, you know what I'm
I'd have
saying?
been shot. I'd have been stabbed. I'd have broke both ankles. I just broke my elbow in October, so I got hardware in here now. You feel what I'm saying? Like
But you here, bro, doing
exactly.
positive
And
things.
look, I'm grateful for every day that God blesses me to wake up, man. I'm grateful, honestly.
Yeah, man. Hey,
Cause like I say, man, my mom, man, that shit really fucked me up with my mom, man. It
yeah,
was like
bro.
on 420, we was just getting high, and then not even 2 months later, she in the ground, man. And it's like, what the fuck happened?
Yeah.
Like we was just smoking the joint,
That
you
I
know.
mean, that must have been the biggest test, right? On if you was gonna move forward or move backwards
Oh
at that
no,
point.
man. See, one thing about me, man, that people don't understand is that I'm not a street nigga. I'm just a nigga who was in the streets. I respect my elders. You feel what I'm saying? I'm a Native American. I'm Blackfoot and Creek. So I respect my elders. Definitely. I'm still honoring the wishes of my great grandfather
Mm.
by doing the things that I'm doing because I'm the firstborn. I'm the firstborn grandchild, firstborn great grandchild. So, I'm still honoring what it is that great granddaddy set down into me, you know, and I still hear him
Yeah.
every day. Like, bro, you don't forget about your mission. Don't forget about because I chose not to go up on a reservation as a child. I chose to stay in the city.
If you had a kid, 17-year-old kid, in the position that you were in as a 17-year-old kid as a rapper, and you could give them advice now outside looking in, the advice that you wish you would have got at 17, what would that advice be to that young kid in that position?
Take your time and mold your passion. Take your time, mold your passion. You know, learn the business also. It all goes hand in hand. The more business you learn, the more your craft is gonna mold and it's gonna shift. Once you get to learning about your percentages and you get to learning about the different contracts that you can go into in order to make money. You know, it's going to change the way that you start bringing off your delivery, the way that you start writing, the way that you think. You know, so I tell them that take your time, don't rush shit, man. Don't. I promote all of the independents out here, man. Right now, man, I honestly do.
Yeah.
I promote all of
I
them.
see you, you know, playing music. That's what I said. Like, you never know what you're gonna get, you know, when you tune into Wasteland Music, because I hear sometimes you just play, you know, playing people's music. This is so and so. This is this guy. This, you know. So and I like that part too. That it's almost like the review piece, you know, of you just
Uh-huh.
checking out music and shit. Like, is that something like? Are there listeners? Could they submit music to you for you to just like review on your show? Do you got a segment like that?
No, I what I've done is I've taken the liberty of bringing it. And look, we got to come up out of the studio. Facebook, y'all motherfuckers gonna have to chill for a minute. I gotta go let baby powder in. Hell yeah, I gotta go let my baby up in this motherfucker. Y'all, I'm gonna take y'all with me though,
Oh,
Cecil.
we going
But
on a trip. Okay,
yeah,
we on a
yeah,
field
yeah. I'm gonna
trip.
take y'all with me. I'm gonna take y'all with me. I gotta go let my baby powder up in this motherfucker, man.
In
But
case
yeah,
I've had a few people
could you
asking,
could
just
you
so you know.
reframe the question one more time for me,
Yeah.
Cecil?
So the question was just, you know, I know that I've heard you playing and like reviewing different music. Like, if somebody was listening and wanted to like, you know, submit a
Okay.
song to
No,
Freaky
okay.
G.
I remember where I'm at right
Yeah,
now. Yeah, with my what I've been doing is I've been showcasing all of the artists that's from my neighborhood,
yeah,
man. You
yeah.
feel what I'm saying? All of the young cats. Because I remember first coming up. You feel me? We didn't have nobody like that. We had to pay the record stations to play our music and shit like that, Cecil.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, I said that I will always change that. I will always
Oh, we losing Freak a little bit. We on the field trip and losing him a little bit. I think is this the first time, John, in the history of the show that we went on a field trip?
I feel like there was
feel what
one
I'm
other.
saying.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, he's back. We lost you for a second, Freak.
Oh, okay, okay. My bad,
No,
my
it's all
bad. I was
good. We
coming
on the
down that
move, baby. It's
stairwell.
expected. We on the move
Yeah, I
right
told
now.
y'all we was going on a field
Yes,
trip,
sir.
bro. We going on a field trip.
And I see people asking in the chat where they could check it out. It's on the screen, youtube.com/wasteland music. So it's on there. That's where you can check out Freaky G. So make sure you hop over, you know, subscribe to his. That's what's on the screen right now. So make sure you're subscribing as well over to the Wasteland Music YouTube.
Definitely, definitely, definitely.
It,
Hey man, I'm telling you, man, this whole experience is been worth it. I ain't gonna even lie.
yeah, man. Nah, it's been beautiful, bro. Is that the preferred place for people to check you out? You got a preferred platform? I know you stream on them all, but you
Uh,
got like a preferred place?
Facebook, definitely,
Yeah.
definitely Facebook, man. I love Facebook. Facebook is my family. Man. I call them my family. I've been going over there trying to establish something with TikTok, but I
Mm-hmm.
don't really like dealing with TikTok, man, because it's more of a liberal based type platform.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I don't rock with no liberals, man. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I don't rock with no liberals, man.
This is why I
Yeah.
like Freak. He don't fuck around. He tells you what's on
Nah,
his
man,
mind.
hell no. If I don't rock with you, I don't rock with you, man. And I don't rock with no liberal or no kind because it's ungodly.
But you would debate. I feel like you
No, man, I ain't got that. Man, I ain't got time to debate with no goddamn body. Fuck them people. Yeah, man, y'all motherfuckers better go on ahead and do what God say, or He gonna punish y'all ass. That's what's gonna happen.
Hey,
I don't understand what they gluttons for punishment.
that's what I love about
Seriously,
Freak, man.
like you a
Y'all
fucking glutton for punishment, man. If God tells you He's going to do this, and He has shown throughout time after time after time again, He's going to do it. Why the fuck y'all keep testing the water? Why don't y'all just fuck? Do y'all want me to fall in line with y'all? Nah, man, I'm going this way.
Hey, that's just a little taste. I'm telling you, if y'all haven't tuned into Freak's live streams, and he does them on all the platforms.
All the platforms, man. I'm everywhere. I'm on TikTok, man. I'm over on YouTube. Matter of fact, I'm trying to get them subs up over on YouTube.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man. Hey,
I'm gonna
it's
use
on
the
the screen.
platform.
Everybody make sure you don't leave me now, but at the end, y'all make sure you slide over Wasteland Music. It's got a Z and a K in music. Wasteland Music. Make sure you slide over to Freak's YouTube. Let's all make sure we get him as many subs tonight as we can.
Man, come on, man. That's gonna be love, man.
Hey.
That's gonna be like an early 50th birthday present, man. Shit.
That's what I want to see. Freak, bro, thank you so much. I know it was last minute. I hit you up today. I said, Freak, can you come through? Can you help me out? You always come through. For years, I've been super appreciative of our friendship and just us having the relationship we have, bro. And we got to work together. We're going to collab soon. We'll do like a little collabo cast or something. Maybe I'll come over on yours. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah, man. You know you more than welcome,
Let's do
man.
that.
We can sit
I'll come over to yours
and have us a
sometime.
good old time.
I'll be in the hot seat. I'll come over to yours.
That's right, man. Hey, I need me some people to interview too, man. Some people with substance, man. I'm tired of interviewing these old poop butt motherfuckers, man. That don't.
You got it. I'm in.
I don't even air this shit, man, because these motherfuckers ain't got nothing to talk about for real. For real.
Hey, man, I'm in. You tell me when, and we'll set it up. I got you, bro.
Definitely, man. Hell yeah. I love you, man, Cecil, man. I appreciate y'all, man, very much.
Bro. Thank you for coming in. Chat, light this fucking chat up with them G's for the original G, Freaky G in this motherfucker one time. We love you, dog. Thank you for coming through.
Definitely, man. Love y'all, man. Y'all motherfuckers be safe and stay prayerful out here.
We doing it. Let's go. Let's go. One more time for Freaky G. Dog, he hasn't been on in so long. I was so happy to have him on here.
That was awesome. And I think Freaky helped us innovate something back in season 3 or whenever it was he was
okay.
on.
I can tell you what the fuck it was. Okay? And it's gonna make you go. Unfortunately for Freak, he was like I forget what the word would be, the patsy, the martyr, something to this. But before we was using Zoom, we was using
was it Teams?
What
came before? Was it Link? Microsoft Link?
Something like Zoom. And that's what we were using. And that's what we interviewed Freak on. And it put him all like zoomed in. And you couldn't really see him in the interview. So poor Freak during his whole interview, it's like super close up. And, we were like, yo, we got to get the fuck off of this like immediately, right? And
it was like an old Microsoft software. I remember it because that's what I used to have to like call into.
Yeah.
But I don't remember the name.
And what was even worse was that Freaky had everything actually set up perfect on his side. It was our side that didn't realize the orientation. So I think we were the reason why I looked messed up was I guess we had a landscape orientation and he was set up for a portrait orientation, which actually was the more innovative thing to do at the time period. That was when live streaming first kind of became a thing, the up and down thing, and the software we had just didn't mix that correctly. But I think he actually like suggested something. And I think it was because we didn't go with the suggestion that it didn't work out. But I do remember Freaky G helped us take, aspects of Beyond the Harmony to the next level. And man, Freaky's Phil was awesome spirit, bro. He's a talent, man. He's a talent.
Yeah, man. Again, he's doing his own thing. That's been the most fun thing tonight, right? Is that everybody we talking to, like they're innovating in the lane that they want to be in. It's like they're doing what they want, whether it's Archie and his restaurant. You got 101, he's building his social media presence. You got Freak, he's building his. So again, make sure y'all go over there, show love, youtube.com, Wasteland Music. Like I said, music is MUZIK. Make sure you go over there, subscribe to our boy Freaky G, man. Show him some love. We've had some real like Cleveland OGs in here. Archie 101, Freaky, like we've had Cleveland OGs in this motherfucker, boy. You know?
You know, 101 had mentioned that cars need keys. And it's been so long now. I forgot what car we were in. No, I rented a car. They actually gave me physical keys. I was like, what is this shit? I forgot about that. It's been the first time I seen keyless entry was like 2000. It was when the Britney Spears blackout, when Britney Spears shaved her head, blackout came out. That was the first time a friend of mine had a car and it was a keyless car. You just push the button. And 101 saying that tonight just made me realize it's been 20 years. That was 2006. We're in 2026. We've had keyless cars for 20 years. And it still seems like a new thing until you get a key to turn the car in. But yeah. And I just wanted to give you a shout out, bro, Cecil. No script, no nothing. These interviews have been excellent with nothing to go off of, bro. Nothing but you had what, 15 hours and you had to work the whole day.
Hey.
Mad props, bro.
You remember what I said during the Smokey the Bandit interview? I fucking do this, baby. I came to win. You know?
Hey,
listen, it's especially not hard tonight because everybody here tonight is alumni. I got great relationships with these guys. And this, if you remember, I said, hey, this is what I want to build, right? Which is the first interview is you building their story. You know, they come on, they tell you the roots, they walk us all the way through their rap career and Bone and Mo Thug or Seven, whatever the fuck it is. And that's the first one. But when you get them back another time, now what are we going to do? We're going to talk, you know, like Freak was just on, right? What are we going to do? We're going to talk about Mo Thugs 3 again with him, right? We did that. Go to season 3, listen to it. It's an underrated interview. Freaky G, one of the best interviews we had. Underrated. Go listen to it. The guy's got roots. He goes back. He's on the Stillwaters album. He was part of the fucking the Graveyard Shift, like their version of Mo Thug, which was what was it? The infantry, something infantry. I can't. It's somebody in the chat's gonna know. But he was part of that. You know what I'm saying? Crazy. I've tried to get DJ Ice and Position. They ducking me. What you want me to do? Talk to him, bro. They ducking me. Talk to him. But you know, so he's got roots. Go listen to that. But when you get him on again, when you get him on a second, a third, a fourth time, like Archie, right? What we gonna do? We gonna talk about New Breed of Female again with Archie? We did it in his interview. We did it in Jazz's interview. We did it in the listening party. I'm not gonna not have him back on again, right? That's the homie. So what are we gonna do? We're just gonna kick it like donkeys and speak like we're speaking, you know. So it's really not hard. It's conversational. Sometimes I feel bad for you and Matt. I'm like, oh, I'm hogging right now.
No, dog, bro. Let the master cook, bro. Not only that, the way you bring it in off the cuff with excellent intros, just man, it's killing it. I'm not messing up any vibe, bro. You have excellent vibes, and I'm a habitual vibe fuck upper, so I don't want to fuck the vibes, bro.
Yeah. I think it fits. It's just classic. It's just contemporary classic Beyond the Harmony. I don't want to talk about, you know, the 90s. I want to talk about what are you doing next year? You know what I mean? Like, I don't live in the past, and I think a lot of rap culture does live in the past, and I think it might be holding some people back or their mindset back.
Yeah.
Freaky G is building, right? He worked on something today, I guarantee you, right? And so I don't want to revisit his memory lane again necessarily. I want to know what's getting him excited tomorrow.
Yeah. It's different when it's somebody, like, for instance, a great example would be, even though we've heard Too True from Archie, we've heard Too True from Jazz, if Brina ever came on, we got to go that road, because the Brina perspective of Mo Thug, of New Breed of Female, of the, you know, the Art of War tour, even though they was all together, her side of it, everybody's side's a little different, even if they're all in agreement, right? Because I think, you know what's funny is I think that the most united thing to this day still out of Mo Thug is Too True. Those three are still like thick as thieves. You know what I mean? So it's like they agree on most of the shit, but it's like I still want to hear her side. But if we ever have Jazz on again, shit, that's Mama Jazz. We're just kicking it, you know? And that's what I love about the show, is that we over 8 years, almost 8 years, we're coming into 8 years, 8 years during the Beyond the Harmony weekend next month. And if you're trying to be part of that, all you got to do is join the Discord. There's still a couple rooms left. 2-year, 3-year, 4-year, 5-year, 6-year, 7-year, 8-year anniversary coming up. And that's what we've built in this time frame, is this amazing community of people. You saw somebody in the chat, they go, hey, is Cold-Blooded in there? If he's in the Discord, I'm coming, because that's Cold-Blooded. Like, we've built this beautiful community of people that, yeah, this is about Bone, but we ain't really getting together at this point about Bone. Like, we are, but that's like kind of like, it's kind of like when you buy tickets to a concert and you buy the lawn tickets. Like, yeah, the people, it's cool, the show's up here, but we here because of this. You know, we here because of all of us, you know? So it's kind of like, that's like the background of it. And yeah, man, I love it. I'm glad we're back here for season 6. You know, I can't believe it's season 6. How's it only well, it's because we take time off. I'm like, how's it 8 years and it's only, you know, season 6? But that's what it is. We we take time off like fucking Bone. Every time I say, guess who's back, it's real. You imagine the way we hate on fucking Bone for taking these long hiatuses, and then we turn around. We'll literally be like, stop taking hiatuses, Bone, and then take a 2-year break from the show.
Does it seem that people are starting to be cured of East 99? It feels that way.
What do you mean?
The curse of the East 1999.
You got to go a little deeper, John.
Yeah,
that can mean anything.
Tell me more. You're not telling me enough.
Well, we had the Eternal season, and you know, I had the Eternal hanging on the wall in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Last we left off after Sin, we hit 20K with Ken Dog and went into Sin, went into hiatus officially. Come back now. We're at 120K.
So a net gain of 100,000 subscribers since the end of.
Without doing a single episode.
Well, that was the grind. You know, now that the grind is over, you know, we explained it, but the short version is like John saw the opportunity with shorts to, I'm not going to say exploit the system, but he saw like this is the opportunity to feed the system what it wants. And that's the game. The YouTube made the rules. We're just playing in them. Yeah.
You know, so don't hate the player, hate the game.
And Johnny put in a year, like, yo, the 100,000, the plaque, it's got nothing to do with me and nothing to do with Matt. Like, give John all his, we got plaques because John grinded it out every day. John's watched more Bone shit than I could ever. And in a year, not even just like in a lifetime, in a year, he watched more Bone shit to curate these 1-minute clips than I could ever. I would have said, fuck this. Like, you would have literally heard me. I made a couple shorts and I said, fuck this shit.
John might hold the record for consuming putting the most Bone content in his eyes.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why I think these 99 Eternal curses.
Yeah, you're in an echo chamber with that statement, John. Like, in my opinion.
Yeah, a party of one. But what I did see, and I'm good with all ways. But I think people want what people wanted with Eternal. It seemed they want the dark shit. But then they got the dark shit, and now they're rejecting the dark shit. On top of all that, you know, when you see these like interviews with Bone, they're always asked about the Ouija board and all that shit. And I'm always like wondering what the angle is, right? I'm like, what are they pro Ouija? It's kind of weird to say pro Ouija, but people bring up the dark imagery, right? And then you're like, or hey, they need to take it back to East 99. So you're like, all right, so you want to take it back to the dark. But then when you get the dark, such as we were going to name the season something else, it gets rejected. So I don't know. Maybe we're in a new era. I know I'm speaking a little cryptically, but I think you kind of get the point. Also, I might be wrong about this, but I think right now people may for the first time be ready for Bone to do something that's not East 99. I think, you know, wanting that East 99 style back, I think I think people are. I hope they're excited for this new Bone album dropping supposedly in April, right? And it seems, we got through the new waves era, so now this is just new Bone, and I don't think people are going to say, "Hey, it doesn't sound like East 99. I don't like it." I think now it's just excited to get a final Bone album, and whatever it is, at least for me, I'm going to like it whatever it is, and I'm just going to accept it for whatever it is. I'm not going to judge it. I'm not going to compare it to East 99. I'm not going to think about new waves like, man, this should have been like die, 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 and just enjoy it for what it is. I don't know. Do you feel that that's how people want it, or do you think they still want East 99?
All right. Like, yes, but no. You know what I'm saying? Because you always get the guy that's like, people say shit like, yo, they got to get unique on this, right? And I don't think they're saying that because they're just saying, yo, Bone needs to work with Unique, because they did it during Unified, and people overall hated most of it, even the shit that Unique did, except for the last song, that Creeping on the Come Up Sun. That was that shit, right?
Facts don't lie. Ty-Wise.
Yeah, facts don't lie. Shout out to Ty-Wise.
By the way, shout out to Jordan Corey for starting the shorts thing too. I don't want to take all the credit.
That was the inspiration.
Yeah,
John saw what that was feeding. So people say that, but what they're really saying is, yo, rap on an internal beat, right? Like, cause they're not gonna be happy when they get Unique, and Unique gives you 2026 Unique for 2026 Bone, because Rain and Rush posted a fucking eternal beat. Okay,
Yeah.
go to his Instagram. It's a fucking eternal beat, right?
Yeah.
You could hit up Blaze, and he knows what an eternal beat should sound like. And I think for me, it's not that they don't know how to rap over an eternal beat. They don't want to, okay? Which is, yo, they're 50 fucking years old, right? You just heard Freak say he's going to turn 50. He was 17, 18 during Mo Thugs 3. They don't want to rap over Die, Die, Die. They don't want to do that, right? They want to fucking wheels on the bus go round and round. Like, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, that's the problem, is we as fans have held this like gold standard of Eternal and Art of War. And instead of like realizing that that was the gold standard for 18, 19-year-old Bone, right? If these guys were 19 again, that's probably what you get. But like, what we got to do is respect like the gold standard for 45, 46, 47, 48, 49-year-old Bone, right? Which is, so many people hated on Road Nights, and it was crazy to me, because I was like, yo, they're telling you what it is, right? When they made Eternal, they tell you we was really out there. We was really out there thugging. Like this was real shit. What are they telling you now? I left my family at home so I could go get this dough, right? Like, I fuck with it. I'm good. I'm at a good place with what they're doing, the sound they're making. To me, I don't want to hear them go rap over an Eternal level beat and be disappointed that it's not Lil Ripsta and Leatherface. Because I think that's worse. That's worse than them not doing it, is them attempting to do it. It would be like giving Jordan the ball and asking him to jump, and dunk from the fucking, the line, and he can't do it. You don't want that. Just let Jordan go out and shoot if it's a midi, just be happy that you watching Jordan shoot the midi. Don't expect the man to dunk, from the line. If he's not going to do it, he's not going to do it. Be happy that you watching Jordan shoot the midi. We are so lucky that it's 2026 and that Bone Thugs and Harmony is still a group, that all 5 members are still here, that they're all still recording music, and that they're all putting it out. Like, we are one of the most fortunate fans, like groups of fans that there are, that we don't only have Eternal to look at. Like, right. That we got a song right now, a brand new song right now. So that's how, I know I grandstand a little bit, but that's really how I look at it. Like, yes, I love those albums, but like, I'm all for this. Bone is in their Jay-Z beach chair mode, and I'm okay with it.
Oh, I love Beach Chair, by the way. And I did enjoy seeing Jordan shoot that shot for that family. I forgot what the situation was. I don't know if you've seen the clip, but he said it was like one of his most nerve-wracking shots because he didn't want to miss it in front of the kid. But yeah, bro. And also, that was a good point you brought up regarding the Raid and Rush beat. That shit was dope. I hope
Dope.
I hope they use a lot of Raid and Rush for this new album. But whatever they do, I'm gonna be good with it. How you feeling, Matt? How you feeling about these new Bone tracks? Road Nights, I love, by the way, because you know the Dirty Diana aspect to it. In fact, I like Road Nights so much that I'm sad. I'm like, yo, it's so short. I wanted like a second set of verses from everybody.
I'm just happy they're still, I'm just happy I have something to enjoy, whether, but I'm really big on Bone and other groups where the fan base is the same, where there's this really weird, really loud online vocal presence that says they used to be good or go back to such and such era. What they're really saying is they're unhappy with themselves. If all you can do is reminisce about when you were 18, you're the person people make fun of because all you can talk about is high school. And so expecting an adult making their living to try to go back to when they were children is, in my opinion, disrespectful. You guys have heard me say that before. So I'm just happy that there's something going on. I'm sure, I think I told you guys I did get to see Wheels on the Bus live, and they all looked really happy.
Yeah.
They were hugging on each other, during it, and they seemed excited, and that just makes me excited. Imagine performing, first of the month for the 17,000th time. It's just a job,
Yeah.
and so
Right.
this is just work to them. They might love it, and they might be, obviously they're cognizant that they're living out their passion and their dream. Who doesn't want to be a rapper, right? But expecting them to be in some kind of bubble or like do what you say is, like, to me, wildly childish.
Of your whole catalog, Cecil, is there any song you had made that you would have wanted to have performed the amount of times that Bones had to perform Thuggish Ruggish Bone in the Crossroads and all that?
No, I couldn't imagine because okay, so this is a two-parter, right? Like you know that my first big group, we did have that real big song, and when I say big, like I just mean like big, in a regional sense. But it put up numbers, like it did really good, and I remember like doing the shows and like there'd be a drunk guy that would just like yell that song like it was Freebird, and it was like, dog, it's coming. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's coming. It's the Crossroads. It's coming. Like we're not at the end of the fucking show yet. You in a rush to get home? It's coming, right?
I hate that guy.
To the point that I was like, let's take that out of the set for a while, and we stopped doing it live, and because it was like, yo, we want people to appreciate this other music, and we had other songs that people appreciated, and we did really good for a local group, and we packed the place out. People started to like it, but they was always like, yo, do the song, and eventually one day I like realized, I was like, hey man, if this is why people are here, right? This is what they came for. This is what they want to hear. Do the fucking song they want to hear. So even though I didn't like doing it like as many times as we were doing it, I was like, this is what they want. I want them to like all these other songs, and they will, but they're never going to like it like this. They came here for Freebird. Facts. That's why they're here. So stop trying to get them away from that. So I think that it's like, could you imagine being Bone? You think Bone likes doing the Crossroads? Like truly, genuinely at this point in their career, like outside of, I'm sure they still get a rush, right? When they look at when they look out in that crowd and you see all them lights, because they make the place light the fucking room up, right? And I'm sure that they still get a rush out of that. But like, there's no way they like really doing it anymore. Especially like how often do they do it and it's all of them, right? Um, but they know like, hey, they're here for that, right? Like this is what the people want. You imagine going to a Bone show, even though I could give a fuck less if I go to a Bone show and they do the Crossroads. Like I'm just like I don't care if you do it or not. But also I think if I went home and I'm in my car and I'm riding home and I'm like, yeah, they didn't do Crossroads tonight. That's not.
But 90%
Yeah,
of the people are just there for that. They like they want their nostalgia hit from when they were in high school.
Yeah,
That's what it is for the vast majority of people there.
yeah. No,
yeah. I was blown away with the couple of shows I went to when Crossroads came on. All the drunk girls were like, "Yo!" And it was like for the first time hearing it, or not for the first time, but like
Yeah.
it was just as good.
They act like it's
And
for them.
yeah, I mean, they were loved. Like the more gazillion times I heard it, the more thrilled the audience was. And the great example of it is that that live in concert. Wait, I forgot what it was called, but they were performing for like 97.3. It's like an outdoor concert, and they pretty much just performed the whole Art of War album when it first came out, and the audience was like, "What the hell is this?" Right? And you always see the comments. People are like, "Yo, people that were there live had no idea what they were witnessing such a dope concert." And it's because of this non-interaction with new stuff is why we don't have these kind of Bone concerts anymore. It was because there was no crowd interaction because it was all new stuff. So that's just the unfortunate thing. But
yeah.
to Cecil's point, people come to see what they want to see.
I saw a show. I don't think it was Evil Paradise when I say this, but it was like an Evil Paradise type of song. And I see him doing it live. And it was like a big thing. Again, it wasn't Woodstock or some shit, but it felt like a show like that, like a big outdoor venue. And I just remember watching it and I'm like, yo, this is so dope that they're doing this. And then I was like, imagine being just like a casual rap fan that just knows who they are. And this is the fucking song that they chose to do.
Yeah.
Like that's what made during COVID, during COVID, Crazy Bone did that live stream and he did like a lot of
Mm.
like cuts, right? That was the
Mhm.
first time I'd seen him do neighborhood slang and shit like that. I'm not saying he'd never done it before, but that was just the first time that I'd witnessed him doing like shit like that. And I was like, yeah, he did this for the fans. You know, this not just the fans, but like the us fans. Like
Yeah.
that's who he's
Yeah.
performing for right now. But it's like it's smart that they know we have to get up there and we have to do first of the month. We have to do the Crossroads. We have to do I Tried because like Matt said, there's a portion, probably a large portion of people here specifically for that. You know,
Mm.
not here for neighborhood slang. You know, it's crazy to me to think like, yo, there's someone in the crowd right now. Well, they do neighborhood slang that has no fucking idea what is happening right now. But like, that's a fact. You know, imagine they get on the I Love the '90s tour and they do like, you know, neighborhood slang and they do fucking,
Yeah.
you know, just whatever. And Matt, you've been to a lot of shows, a lot of Bone shows. Like, do you feel like there's still like a lot of like the casual I love the '90s esque fan like going to those?
Oh, it's over 90% of the people there. I'm the outlier. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm the one that can tell you what they're gonna do before they do it. And and I'm just hoping for like one deep cut, if that, you know what I mean? Um so you know that's not the average like the average music fan doesn't have one band they're fanatical about. They just might like a genre or they might want to go to a type of concert. Really, I think it's the average concert goer. And and they're really there just to be in the back, kind of like your joke earlier about the people who just want to be in the grass and just experience being at an event.
Yeah.
They only want to hear things that they know because they don't feel ostracized or they feel like they belong there. There's a feeling of belonging because a lot of people have trouble in crowds, right? And so they're not there to hear new music, unfortunately. And that has nothing to do with Bone Thugs and Harmony.
Yeah. It especially with rap music, if you hadn't, sometimes it's not the best audio, right? And if you don't know the song, sometimes it just sounds like a bunch of noise. But as far as what you were saying with Crazy doing basically that B-sides kind of thing, I thought it was really cool. I don't know if Jay-Z was the first rapper to do that. He did, I think it was called like B-sides from Brooklyn or something,
Mm-hmm.
where he didn't do any hit song. It was just all like album tracks.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I'm not. I
Yeah,
only know about.
I think that shit's cool. Like I think that's cool, especially if you got like this hardcore fan base. I know I talk about like the Juggalos and Insane Clown Posse a lot on here when I make comparisons, but like something I respect about them is like they have what they consider like the set, right? Like we're going to go, and but then like they do actually, it's crazy. The weekend after Beyond the Harmony weekend is Juggalo weekend, and it's in Miami, and it's 2 nights, right? And they'll do one night is like just the standard, this is the set we're gonna do. But then they have a night where they break out and they do a whole album, and it's just that album, right? I remember Tech Nine was touring, and he did 2 nights somewhere, Boston or some shit. And one night was his standard Caribou Lou, Hood Go Crazy, Tech Nine set. And then the next night, he goes, this is for The Strange, and we're doing King of Darkness, okay?
Wow.
And he broke out all like the King of Darkness-esque cuts. He broke out all the Ever Ready cuts. He broke out all the fucking killer cuts. And, I think for the casual fan, they want night one, right? For me, I'm like, I don't want to see a Tech Nine show that doesn't end with I'm a player, okay? Don't bring me to that shit. You lost me after that, right? But it's like, he's more successful now than ever. He's probably more successful since the day he stopped ending shows with I'm a player than he ever was doing the shows with I'm a player. But to me, that's the best Tech Nine time there was. When all the strange music would flood the stage, and they would come out and they'd all, do the dance, and I'm a player. But like, that ain't for the people. That's not longevity.
That was the first Tech Nine song I think I heard, other than not knowing I heard him on that compilation song with Eminem back in the day, with all like, I forgot who made it.
Yeah, the Wake Up Show anthem.
Aside from that, I'm a player. I remember it was on the Bone Boards in I think it was the 90s. No, because that song didn't come out till the 2000s, but no, maybe it was in the 2000s. I forgot when it was, but I was on a Bone Board, and everybody that day was talking about, oh, there's this guy Tech Nine, I'm a player. And I'm like, hey, I thought we weren't allowed to talk about this on here. But it overwhelmed the whole board, and I was like, all right, let me check this out. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. And then I heard Amadeus, and I was like, okay. I had that same feeling when I found out that Buddha Lovers was Choosy Lovers. But regarding the East 99 thing, for Cypress Hill, did you see any growth of them out? Like, not growth, but I know they went through their little rock phase, but pretty much when you get a Cypress Hill album, it's still a Cypress Hill album. So would whoever wanted to have 20, 30 years of Eternal, in the sense that Cypress Hill, while I enjoyed Black Sunday and Something for the Blunted, by the time Skull and Bones was done, anything that came after it just seemed like more of the same. And now I kind of wanted Linkin Park to keep their flavor. They kind of really explored the space a little bit too much, but then in retrospect, it's kind of cool that they did that, how far away Linkin Park got from their first album. But if Bone had a similar trajectory as Cypress Hill, would you have actually wanted that? Which means you wouldn't have got all the exploration on the Mo Thugs and all this other stuff where they just kept the formula.
I don't know if Matt is like a bigger fan than me, but here's a dirty little secret about me, which is I don't really give a flying fuck about Cypress Hill. I don't know if I've ever told you that, John. I don't know if that just wrecked something for you too. Like, I feel like Cypress Hill the same way I feel about Nas, which is I could take all the Cypress Hill albums and I could pick enough songs from all the Cypress Hill albums to make one album that I want to listen to.
Well, all right, here's the thing. I don't think.
But I understand what you're saying though. Like, besides rock superstar or whatever, like you've basically got 20 years of Cypress Hill doing Cypress Hill.
Yeah, basically Black
Maybe that's
Sunday.
why I don't give a fuck about them.
You didn't live through the magic of the Black Sunday album, though, right? Like, because that shit changed
Brother,
the game.
Listen, I remember being a kid in my grandmother's store and Insane in the Membrane being on like MTV and being like, I don't give a fuck about this guy, right? I didn't,
dude, that was so big.
I did not care about, like, it just, like I said, I don't care about Nas either. Now, don't get it twisted. Like, I respect Nas as probably one of the greatest, like, MCs of ever. And I can totally appreciate Cypress Hill. You know what I'm saying? You guys have heard me talk about the festival. We booked Busy Bone and Be Real, and my group was the act between them. Like, I can totally, like, appreciate what Cypress Hill and Be Real mean to the culture. But, like, again, besides those select cuts, I don't think I've ever sat down and just been like, Jesus, let me pop that Cypress Hill album out and go front to back on that. Like, that's never happened in my life.
What about Be Real? You know, and I know for other reasons you got it up, but like the Smokebox, was that not a freaking genius podcast idea?
Yeah.
Like, are you a fan of Be Real, of the enterpriser that he is, and like how many different things he could do? Like, it's interesting with Be Real in that Cypress Hill, the music is consistent, but Be Real as a person has such a wide range of different things that he does.
He's cool.
Okay.
I mean, I've been in a trailer smoking weed with the guy. Like, he's cool.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay. Nice, bro. No, that's cool. I mean, it's just mind blowing because it almost feels like, I mean, okay, look, all my friends were Cypress Hill fans. South Florida, huge for Cypress Hill. You couldn't escape Cypress Hill. I never needed to be a fan of them because everybody else was playing it. So I think I only had the first album. So I call it something for the Blunted, but it was just called Cypress Hill. I don't think I owned. Oh no, I owned that album that they made some pretty dope rock songs on it. I forget the name of it. I think it was called Skull and Bones or something. I don't remember, but yeah. All right. No, what you said is accurate, I think. Minus Black Sunday. Black Sunday is eternal. Black Sunday is like the Cypress Hill version of Eternal. But anyway, that's my opinion.
Matt, how you feel about Cypress Hill?
It never stirred me in any way, but I don't smoke, so that might be part of it.
Maybe that's why I don't like him, because I know when I was a kid, like everybody was like really about, like, you know, Cypress Hill and their weed songs, and I was just like, bro, I listen to Bone fucking Thugs and Harmony. These are the greatest weed songs there are. Like, I don't give a fuck about Cypress Hill, so maybe that's why I didn't like him.
Oh, so you felt like it was competition?
Never sucked me in.
Yeah.
This is like mind blowing to hear, but that's cool too. Like, at the same time, I'm fascinated by it. But yeah.
Maybe that's why I didn't like him.
I do have a question that's totally left field. Did the Thin Sea song that you got back in the day, did that get burnt up in the house fires, or
no,
is it on some hard drive?
That was later. It's probably on some old ass hard drive somewhere.
Wow. Okay. Well, you know, if we ever do that Beyond the Harmony Mo Thug
Nuka
Family Crisis album,
it's just my opinion, brother. Right? It's like, you can have whatever opinion you want. You could love Cypress Hill if you want to. Like, it's all good, baby. Like, my opinion is the one that matters to me. I don't give a flying fucking hell about Be Real or Cypress Hill. I hope you love the guy, bro. But it don't.
I hope you enjoy it.
Me.
I hope you're having fun.
I'm just saying it don't matter to me.
Well, and it's just because I thought, like, all Bone fans, it was like, all right, the Bone, because they always got paired together, right? So a lot of Bone fans, like Insane Clown Posse, although I'm not one of them. Although I did have one Insane Clown Posse. It was like called the Great Malenko or something. I listened to that.
Yeah, that's after everybody had, yeah.
And they did that track. I got it because they did that track with Old Dirty Bastard. And I was like, oh, and Papa Frito had this, bro, it's weird. Before I knew of Insane Clown Posse as a group, Papa Frito had this like wrestling video. And it was like wrestling, but the Insane Clown Posse were the hosts. Like they announced the whole entire VHS tape. That's how far it goes. It was a VHS tape, and they were the announcers, and they were really good at announcing wrestling. Have you ever seen them do wrestling announcing?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay. I mean that.
I've been at shows where they wrestle.
Oh, okay. Dope. Well, that's how I heard about him. So, like, it feels like Bone, Insane Clown Posse, Cypress Hill feels like it pairs Cottonmouth Kings. I guess it's because of the weed, right? I guess it's like the weed fests.
Yeah, maybe.
All those guys get paired.
I always say, like, I wish Bone could have capitalized on, like, understanding their fan base the way, like, ICP does. Like, ICP really understands, like, feed the fan base. Like, they do the gathering. Like I said, they'll do, and Bone's done this a little bit. Like, they've done, like, we're going to do all of Eternal tonight, or we're going to do all of Resurrection tonight. But, like, that's like a staple to the Juggalos, and, like, very similar, man. Like, I don't think it's too far off. It's very similar, but there's just a little bit more that they could be like, bro, the amount of, like, how excited we were during the 30-year anniversary for, like, all the merch that was coming out. That's like a all the time thing to the fucking Juggalos. They get so much cool shit because they just keep turning it out,
By the way, I think when I was doing all the shorts, I came across something I completely forgot from memory. You guys might not even know this reference. I totally forgot that Beastie Boys' Paul's Boutique album had an album within the album. Okay, and I think it's the only time I've ever seen something like that happen other than this group called They Might Be Giants. They had this, like, secret album on their album. So, like, with They Might Be Giants, they had a full album. And then there's like 75 songs that last only 1 second long. And then at the end of the album, there's like 25 songs that all last 1 minute each. Did I ever tell you about this? That They Might Be Giants album?
Nah, I'm in my mind right now. I was just trying to, like, make sense
So it
of
can
what
only
the
go
fuck
to
you
9.
just said.
Yeah, so a CD can only go to 99 tracks. Okay. So maybe I did the math wrong, but They Might Be Giant. I forgot the name of the album. There's like a squid, like this big giant squid on the front cover of the album. So it's a full length album, but then there's blank spots. So, like, if you let the last song of the printed album play, you'll watch the counter. It goes like 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and it counts all the way up to about like track 70. And then there's 30 more songs that are all about a minute long each. They're hilarious, by the way. And, like, those 30 songs kind of play together as one full song. But anyway, Beastie Boys' Paul's Boutique have a full-length album that's called Paul's Boutique. But then there's like this second album. I forgot the name of it. It's got this weirdo name. And back then we only had the cassette tape, and the cassette tape was real like obscure about what the hell that was. And I revisited it and heard it and saw it, and I was like, holy shit, I totally forgot all about this. So had you ever heard about that?
Nah. In fact, when you said it, there was I thought you were talking about, there's this old obscure, like, either Flesh and Bone or Lazy Bone song with some group called something like that. I don't remember what the fuck it was. So that's what I thought you was talking about. It sounds pretty innovative, but I saw people do shit like that. But I always like something innovative. And I'll tell you this, man, it doesn't really get more innovative than our next guest that I'm bringing on right now. I've been waiting, bro. We getting them in right now. And I'll tell you, when you talk about innovation, when you talk about somebody that took their landscape by storm, when you talk about somebody that made the way for other people, and you talk about Cleveland, and you talk about the music that was done, it's not more innovative than K-Chill. It doesn't matter if he was innovating in Cleveland or if he was being one of the first guests on Beyond the Harmony and blowing us up back for the first time in forever. My man K-Chill, welcome back to Beyond the Harmony, bro.
What's good?
Hey.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me again, man. Back again.
Bro, so much has changed. So many things have had, like we got a small window of time right now, and it's like we could talk forever about all the things that have changed, even since like the last time that you were on, man. Back in the music, I see you back hanging around Bone. I mean, so many things are going on. I hate to just give such a wide question, but like update people, bro. It's crazy.
And I owe a lot to you and to everybody at Beyond the Harmony for real, because it kind of kicked off everything, you know, with uh, interest and the fans and, you know, us coming back together and whatnot, even me going in the studio. Since then, I've written a book that should be dropping this summer, and we hopefully be turning that into a screenplay and a movie. And also, I got an album and a soundtrack to rock with it, which led to being back in the studio with Lay and working on it. We got a project coming up, upcoming with me, Lay, and Flash, and really all the guys. You know, a few of the guys want to be on it, so you know, we see how that go. And I got my own thing going, and shit popping.
That's crazy. Yeah, bro. When listen, it was one thing when you hit me up and you was like, "Yo, I'm making some new music, Cecil," you know, and I was like, "You know me." I'm like, "Of course, whatever you need, we'll play it, whatever you want, right?" But then I'm paying attention. I'm like, so people started sending it to me, like when Bone was doing like, you know, just different things, the street sign. People start sending me, and they're like, "Is that K Chill at this thing?" And I'm looking at it, I'm like, "Yeah, that's K Chill. Oh, look, that's K Chill at this." And I start seeing you around everything, bro. And I'm like, "Yo, I'll tell you this. That shit made me like happy as fuck." And you know this because I hit you up. Like, yo, it really made my heart happy to like see you around Bone and to see you around Lazy. And you know, because I remember where it was at when we had our first interview. And believe it or not, I just said this to Archie. That's almost 8 years ago we did that interview.
Yeah, that's wild, and it's like everything's in God's timing, man. I'll tell you, when we went when 99th got renamed and the street sign got unveiled, it was a weird day because I was already just so full of happiness and like excitement for them, and as I got down there and started parked and walked down 99th. I parked at my aunt's house. And, police had everything blocked off, but you know, I parked at my aunt's house and just got out and walked. And so many people came up to me and was like, you know, in so many ways, in so many words, like, you started this, you know this because of you, and like just hearing it from people in the neighborhood that know, and just being like, it was just like, it was so much of a weight and burden, and like so much like weight was lifted in that moment. And then it's just like, since then, we just like, everything just came back kind of full circle. Lay called me one night out the blue, like, shit, let's go work on some music. Boom. I'm like, when? I'm like, he's like, shit, we could do it tomorrow. And I'm like, no, we got to do this shit tonight. I called in, I hooked the studio time up. Like, popped up on me and shit. We just been vibing and riding since then. So, you know what I'm saying? I really owe a lot to you guys. See, I really appreciate you and thank you. You know what I mean? It's just amazing how, like, people want to know, and how things, you know, you think some shit is over with or people forgot, and it's like really not, you know what I mean? So I appreciate all y'all out there.
Yeah, bro. Listen, it's a beautiful thing because if you remember, and I've told this story before, I'm like, this whole Beyond the Harmony thing happened because, you know, I was a Bone fan. I'm flipping through, you know, just whatever. I got the Faces of Death album. I'm flipping it, and I'm seeing K Chill, and you know, there's other names on there repeating too. You know, Kermit's repeating, but like, I keep seeing K Chill in the shoutouts. K Chill got an album. I'm like, yo, who the fuck is this, right? Because I'm not from Cleveland, so I'm like, there's got to be more. And I hit John up, and I'm like, yo, there's got to be more. And way back then, I spent all this time trying to find you. And you remember I told you, I'm like, yeah, there's another K Chill out in wherever the fuck. And
Oh yeah, the fake K
the fake
Chill.
K Chill, right? So it's like I'm trying.
Hey,
And back then, if you wanted to send a message to somebody on Facebook they made you pay like $1, $5, whatever it is. And I sent you that first message and I said, yo, are you the K Chill that made the album? Which one was it? Get your funky off.
Get your funky
It
off.
must have been
Get
Get
Your
Your
Funky
Funky
Off.
Off that I mentioned. And you said, yeah. And I go, bro, I have been trying to find you. And you said, yo, I'm sorry I made it so hard. And I explained the whole shit and what I was trying to do. And if you remember, like 2 fucking years went by. Like you didn't hear from me again. And then all of a sudden I pop up and I'm like, yo, remember me? I said, I got that Bone podcast I told you about is kicking off. And for us, like we owe a lot to you too, because now 8 years later, people are just used to us doing the shit we do. Like it's nothing. Like even if we have a guest on that we haven't had before, it's like people are happy, but they're not like surprised because they're like, oh, that's just what Beyond the Harmony fucking
I mean, cause
does.
y'all have literally become the go-to. You like, I mean, of all the fan sites and the podcasts and everything, you guys, I mean, y'all got everybody. You know what I mean? It's no reason really for anybody to go. Like to the point that I got my guy. Well, actually, the co-writer of the book. A lot of the information came off of the first couple interviews that we did.
Yeah.
And you know, you guys got Archie. I mean, you guys got all the main characters. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, man. And you know, that interview when it touched down, because you gotta remember it's probably number 5 or number 7, but I remember what it was. It was one of the first ones we recorded, but we waited to put it out, and we put it out in 3 parts. And
right.
I mean, back then, like again, it's almost like people act like they always knew this shit that was in this interview, right? But I'm like, back then they didn't. Like we broke this with K Chill. Like everybody that's not from Cleveland that had never heard this shit is hearing all this shit for the first time and really understand, you know, Chill, better get your weapon. Like nobody knew, right? That was all just like, that was like,
right. Lay shout out my little brother, man. He loved to drop that bar on me in person so everybody know.
But dog,
like
people didn't know what that meant. You know what I'm saying? And like
no,
you and us
didn't.
together, we like kind of broke the bone.
I didn't
internet.
know what it meant. I had to figure it out myself.
Yeah.
You know, we told the story about, you know, people said I blew down over Chubby house with all me and my uncles and them with all kind of guns and shit. You know what I mean? And that's what they were talking about. But that shit wasn't true. Everybody know that ain't how Chill roll. But
Yeah.
you know, like I mean the whole shit, man, it's like it's amazing. Like it's like right now everything is in such a good space. You know what I mean? Everything, man, like literally, it was a blessing. The whole thing was a blessing. You know, everything worked in God's time. Like so, and when I wasn't thinking about this shit, you know what I mean. A lot of other people were, you know what I mean, and like I'm happy that they were because now I'm back in my element. You know what I mean. I've been putting together shit. I feel real good about it.
Yeah, man. Nah, you know. It's really it's really amazing. 8 years, you know what I'm saying? 8 years to know.
And not to mention the group fuck with y'all. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like everybody know y'all. You know what I'm saying? So, like,
it's crazy.
You know.
We can't get none of them to come on. Everybody ducks me. Like, we can't get even Lay to come on.
Nah, we gonna next time I link with them, I'm gonna definitely hit you, and we're gonna make it shake.
Hey, you know what it is though, and you know me, like I would like nothing more than to interview them, but I've always said, hey, if it doesn't happen, there's a million interviews with Bone out there, but we the only ones that, like you said, that you got K Chill, that you got Archie, that you got, you know what I'm saying, and it's like we really, and even like the non-Bone shit, you know, during the different interviews, especially with like people that were around for Stony Burke and shit, Like we touched on all kinds of people, Brothers for the Struggle. Like we really like touched on like the Cleveland hip hop scene during that era. And now it's there. Like it's there forever. No matter what happens to me, what happens to you, somebody always be able to come on here, click that K Chill interview, you know what I mean, and know the history. So,
what you think about that shit right now with Finesse 2 times?
Okay, so this is how I feel about that, right? A lot of people are mad at Old Boy, but I'm like, yo, I thought he killed that. Like I really thought, like, for today's rap and like the young kids, like I was like, he was nice on it. And I'm like, I really think that the internet is making it bigger than it is. And he's a young cat. You remember what it's like to be a young cat. So he feels like the internet's attacking him. So he's attacking back. But I'm like, he was kind of nice with it. And I'm like, Bone fans are kind of ruthless sometimes. No pun intended. But
it's Cleveland. It's Cleveland because what people fail to realize is, like, we talking about a group that came out and changed like the entire landscape of music for a minute. And bigger than that is they belong to Cleveland. You know what I mean? So Cleveland rides for Clevelanders. You know what I mean? So like, not to mention, it's not like, you know, we're Atlanta or Houston and we got 5, 6, 7, 8 rappers to rock with like that. You know what I mean? Like, we literally only had Bone for the longest, you know, even including myself or including Kid Cudi or MGK. And, you know, I hate to put other people's name, you know, into situations, but it's just real. Like, we go down a list of the pioneers of Cleveland: MC Chill, Suave, Bango, of course, Brothers for the Struggle, and like I say, myself and different ones, and Johnny O and a Psycho Unit, and like, no, we all had moments, and we all had maybe a year or two, or our time, however you want to put it. But them boys came out nationally and repped so hard that Cleveland will never stop riding for Bone. And brother is busy throwing a water bottle in the verses, or Finesse 2 times want something to pop off. Like, trust and believe that Cleveland is gonna literally ride for Bone at all costs. But as far as how I felt about it, I just saw it as kind of petty because, I mean, I understood it was all about, I guess, $40,000. I guess he thought it was too much money, or I don't know if I got it correct.
Yeah, but I thought he, like, because the only thing I saw was him, like, you know, do the little rap over when he was on that show. So like,
right, but I think he wanted to take it and make a real song or something.
Well, you gonna pay for that? I broke the math down. I don't know if you saw my page, but I broke the math down. I said, hey, look, you got 3 members of Bone, and you got Biggie involved, and you got Stevie J involved, plus whatever external. But let's just take them 5
whatever
people.
Publishing company, whatever publishing.
But if you look at just them 5 people and the 30 years it took to make it, so people wanted to sample it, because let's be real, it came out. It's not like people wanted to sample Notorious Thugs 2 years after it came out. It was just a song, but it's a classic now. So you take them 5 people: Stevie J, Biggie, the 3 members of Bone, plus 30 years, and if you break that down and divide it by 30. It's not that much money. I mean, it is a lot of money, but like to want to put your claim on it.
I feel like I mean, I'm on the same page with you, but it's just a little simpler. It's just the fact that if you want to get clearance on any classic song, you know, you got songs and then you got classic songs. If you want to get clearance on any classic song, whether that was from Bone, James Brown, Biggie Smalls, George Clinton, Bootsy Collins. I mean, I couldn't see it being no less than 50 and up probably. So I mean, it seemed like much to do about nothing. It's 40 bands. I mean, it's not, you know, I mean, shit, you could be sampling one James Brown horn hit and owe him 50% of your publishing, or sample a Roger Troutman song right now, more bounce to the ounce, any of that shit, he got half of your publishing. You know what I mean? And like we talking about 40 bands.
You,
Are we talking about 40 bands?
you know what's
I
crazy
mean,
is I saw Lazy's response was kind of like, bro, that's not even us. You're gonna have to talk to
no,
Bad
they
Boy and
taking
them.
that.
That's
They
Biggie's
taking
song.
right, but they taking the high road right now. I'm
Yeah.
gonna be a real. Like, I already made calls, and I literally told them what I think they should do. I talked to Flex just I think yesterday, and I went in like, yeah, like, cause on the level, like, man, as you get older, it's a respect. We all rappers anyway. A rapper already gonna have a certain attitude as far as what I'm saying. You don't want this smoke, and like honestly, like yeah, like I said, lay down the law for real. Give him what he asking for right now, cause like, hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, young or not, you gotta keep a nigga name out your mouth for real.
It's yay,
Okay.
look, there's a balance, right? Because in some ways, it's like if he's young and he's hot, and he brings awareness to like young kids about notorious thugs, there's a lot of plus that comes out of it. But
No, for sure.
there's the flip side, right? Which is, you remember during the Migos thing, they had to let a motherfucker know, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it's a few times. I mean, we remember from previous interview some shit I forgot when we went up there and me and Busy gave it to Jay-Z and a bunch of it was more than Jay-Z there. I told you, like I couldn't remember everybody was there, but
Yeah.
it was a lot of people there. It's like we've been doing this shit for a long time. Like we come from the battle rap era and we come from the streets. So it's like, but at the same time, I mean, right now they taking the high ground and shit. I'm saying I got only respect it at the same time. Like I know they're not gonna sit there and just keep letting them run off at the chops. You know what I mean? Like at a certain point, you know what I'm saying? Any one of them liable to drop some and like really, you know, it's just a respect issue, bro. Like it's a respect issue. Like why even say anything about any legendary, Outcast, Bomb, Wu Tang. What makes sense? Like you know what I'm saying? Gonna
Yeah.
say like, why would you even do that? It's almost like you setting yourself up for failure. Or it was just a clout move. But if it's about 40 bands, then it just make them look stupid to me, to be honest. Like, because 40 bands is nothing, and we talking about like a classic fucking song. You know what I'm saying? Period. With uh the one of the top groups of all time and one a rapper that a lot of people consider in their top three or they go, you know what I'm saying, of all time. It was passed away and will not be making any more songs, you know what I'm saying? So we talking about something that is almost priceless, you know what I'm saying? Or you could say it's priceless. You know what I mean? So 40 bands and he say how much he's a real street dude. I mean, 40 bands. What the fuck? It's nothing.
Yeah, bro, it's been interesting. Like, it's been interesting to see, whether it's that or like you said, the street sign or like their push for the Hall of Fame. Like it's been interesting to see them continue and push the journey. Just to touch back real quick, the street sign situation, and you had said the people coming up and giving you props, and just like from your perspective, and being a guy that was there and in the middle of it, like everybody always knew that was like, the street that Bone claimed and everything, but what did that mean to Cleveland for that to become official, that now that's Bone Thugs and Harmony way? I mean, I've seen the videos and it's like the people that were, I mean, everybody turned out, dude. Everybody was there. I've seen videos of old, even Mo Thugs that had an issue, that still have an issue.
Right.
Everybody turned out because it was like, yeah, it's the five of them got
Hey,
it, but it felt like a win for all of you.
it was a win for all of us. Like I said, like I was instantaneously hit with it from walking down the street. People was just like, boom, and I'm just like, and in that moment, it just was like, man, it was such a happy moment. Like you say, everybody was there. It was a beautiful day. You know what I mean? You had you had all kind of, you know, the it was a win for Cleveland, like you said, but in particular, it was such a win for our hood. Like that, it was a multi-layered win. You know what I mean? Like from the state, the city, St. Clair, and then like our hood, the wasteland. You know what I mean? Like it was just, it was huge, and like you said, I mean, I was walking around beaming, so anybody who had any kind of beef in the past or whatever, different artists, like everybody was there just sharing in the joy of the moment, and it was like it was a good moment because it was like no hate, you know what I mean? Like everybody, it's like everybody let go of whatever feelings, you know what I mean? And me personally, you know, I definitely did, like, and you know, you have residual feelings about shit. We talked about this shit before, but as you grow up, and especially when you start hitting nifty and shit, you know what I'm saying? I'm 50 years old. I cannot be, you know what I mean, like hanging on to shit for so long that you can't enjoy a moment or enjoy, you know what I mean, or be in the moment. So like, but in particularly right then, like I said, that shit just was like so gone forever in that moment for me personally. You know what I mean? Like any kind of just uh not even, I never had no ill will. You already know, just any kind of bad sour feelings that I had inside, or any kind of like just where I was still mad about shit or whatever. Like that shit just was gone. You know what I mean? It's been gone ever since. Like so, like it was a great moment for me. I still think about it. I got the video, and like, you know, and I never forget that shit. Like everybody, we all hugged, dapped up, and like I say, we kind of been riding since. You know what I mean? Like I talked to Cray every blue moon because he's still working with Kells and from Black Money. You know, they got a single out, and Young Russ from Black Money, and for the most part, me and Steve and Stan, you know, our relationship is rekindled to a good point. You know what I mean? And that's, you know what I mean, that's kind of how it was in the beginning anyway. So like that's all, you know, that's like a weight off my shoulders, like, you know what I mean, because there's always was never anything, you know what I'm saying, nefarious or crazy from my part or whatever, where, you know what I mean, I feel some kind of way. So, you know, that so had that back, you know what I'm saying, we reach out on the calls and the texts, and like I say, popping up, hitting the stool and different shit. I'm probably gonna fly out to Cali in the near future and link with him in the studio and do a couple things. And, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna see how everything go. But yeah, man, everything's great right now.
Well, I know you said you're working on some new music. I look forward the most to the day that you be able to send me that new you and Lazy Bone track, because that's, you know, that's big, right? That's like the sign. That's more than the song. That's a moment. But, you know, you working on K Chill, you've been sending songs. I know that, you know, you found the fire again a few years back, even before this happened, to start recording. It sounds like you got more than ever. You sent me a couple tracks, and I was thinking we play one. You know, we let some people hear this.
Oh man, let's do it.
Yeah. Let me just cue it up, make sure that y'all can hear it. Let's see.
By the way, I still love your verse from VIP from Black Money.
Oh yeah, man.
Was so crispy with it. Fuck a metal detector.
So well respected security leather nigga. Fuck a metal detector. We in this bitch like very crispy. Yeah, I remember that. What happened? It's a
What
wrap.
happened? Hey, Cecil, a drop, audio drop.
No, I know. I gotta make sure people are hearing it, not just us. You know,
Okay.
I gotta make sure the fans are hearing it too. That's what I'm working on. Hold Hold on. It was kind of impromptu, the music thing, you know? So
That shit just popped in. It was going. You know, it's a lot when you record some of these songs I ain't heard in about a month or two now because I make it and just I'm ready to move on to the next song. So until the whole package drop, I probably won't hear these songs together. Like,
oh, you know what? I know how to fix this. I'm fucking Cecil West. I got you.
you got this shit.
I got
We
you.
in this bitch like,
I do this one time for K Chill, you know. All right. Hopefully this time more than just us are hearing it. Let's try it one more time. Hopefully the fans are gonna hear it this motherfucking time.
I wasn't really sure. Your pretty brown eyes, I'm so into yours. At the same time, so immature. I know sometimes you check my temperature. It's probably all the times I wasn't really sure. But we just had a newborn. Slips to a roll of a dad real easy, ain't need no motherfucking shoehorn. Devil in my ear at night telling me like I should move on. 1 foot in the streets though, life is a seesaw. I'm just too torn. Do it for your family, man. Do it for your family, man. Do it for your family. Your family. Do it for your family, man. 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 Do it for your family. So many times I've been in the war when the thoughts in my mind wasn't really pure. And every time you left me, that shit kill me more. I only smile when you walk your ass back through the door. And now you're about to get my signature on a marriage license, fuck fighting, cause now I'm really sure. I know the streets is in me to the core. And yeah, I love the streets, but I love you more. Do it for your family, man. Do it for your family, man. Do it for your family. Your family. Do it for your family, man. 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 Do it for your family. Never could imagine looking back at it just a few years later. Thinking to myself that life could never ever get much greater. Seeing a 5-year-old riding on that escalator. Up in Saks, facts, I'm trying to escalate her. About to see a big sis do a thing modeling in the runway show. She is notorious like her dad, all go no foe. And our firstborn, now he 19 years old. He got game and it shows. He hit them weights and got swole. I feel the whole family code. It's just us against the world. That's the real family code. Us against the world. That's the real family code. Us against the world. That's the real family code. Us against the world. That's the real family code. Us against the world. That's the real family code. Us against the world. That's the real family code. Us against the world. That's the real family code. Us against the world. That's the real family code. Us against the world. That's the real Cleveland code.
And when the devil wants to destroy a family, one of the things he does first is to destroy their joy. Everybody becomes sad and ugly, long-faced. They come from work looking like they've been beaten up. Even the children come from school looking sad. Everybody's sad. No joy in the home. So the devil can take over. But where there's joy, it's difficult for the devil to penetrate. Hallelujah.
K Chill with the exclusive.
Bro, what you think?
Bro, I loved it. Listen, I'm listening, I'm like, it's so crazy. I mean, when I say this next thing, right, just know that it's obviously evolution in the way that it should be. But I'm like, yo, this is so crazy that to hear K Chill as this guy, right, and not and the first time I get your funky off and like your evolution, and now this is who you are, bro. Like and everything that you've gone through to like do it. And I loved at the end when you said That's a real Cleveland code. Like when you shout out the little Cleveland shit at the end, I was like, bro, because that goes back to everything you was just saying about, hey, Cleveland rise for fucking Bone. Like this is some Cleveland shit. And bro, I'm excited for you to do a project because we've talked about you doing it, and you've sent me some songs over the last few years, but like you was in it, and when you first told me you was getting in it, it almost felt like, yeah, I'm doing it because like I want to give it a final chapter, and that's how it felt at the beginning when you first got back in. But like the energy feels different this time. Like you feel, you know, it feels different. It doesn't feel like I'm just doing this so K Chill has a proper ending. Like this, the energy feels different right now.
It took a minute to get comfortable. And I got to shout out my dude, E. Wilson, Eric Wilson at Scratch Paper Productions. Because so I first went in with, and shit, like I can remember the first couple weeks, and I'll be leaving out, and younger cats coming in and shit. I'm like, I had to ask, like, what you think about that? Like when I should fire OG, or they tell me, well, I'm like, I remember just not no K Chill swag, just K Chill would be comfortable. I wouldn't have to ask anyone, you know what I mean? Like, but not. Then eventually, though, kind of just got comfortable with what I wanted to talk about, and I guess how I wanted to represent. You know what I mean? Because you have to evolve as a human. You know what I mean? Like we don't stay 18 forever. So we evolve, and you know we have kids, and we get married, we have mortgages and notes and bills, and it's like, but how do you talk about that? How do you? It's a. I know a lot of guys, like older guys, that still record, and it's like some people's attitude is, you know, fuck it, I'm just making shit for me, and that's cool.
Yeah, sure.
But for me, like, therapeutically, that's great, but don't get it twisted. If I'm in the lab working on a project, I wanted to make some noise. Like, I'm only used to it making noise. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's no other way. As independent as I ever been with Black Money, we still won awards and went on tours. So it's a certain level for me for it. So basically, just to get to the point, I feel like once I got comfortable with the type of songs I was making and my content, it was on from that point. So I just, ever since then, that was probably, I would say, about a year ago. So like, you just played Family Man, and I say, our firstborn is 19 years old, little Chris, KJ, Chris Jr., he turned 21 yesterday. So that song, 2 years old right there. And like, that was like toward the beginning of me realizing, okay, I feel good. You want to feel good about what you spitting on a track, you know what I mean?
For sure.
At whatever age. And when it was Boom Booms in the trunk, and when it was Earthies, and I felt good about it then, you know what I mean? And like 30 years later, I still want to feel good about it. So once I got that shit together, it was on since then. Like now, I'm not gun shy. I'm in there I'm not writing anything. It's all, I'm literally punching myself the whole session, like freestyling it bar by bar, just to keep it just sounding fresh, and reminding myself that, you know, things recording wise are different now. I'm honestly trying to make more songs. You see, I'm experimenting with a little singy type shit in there, and just trying to make good songs. You know what I mean? Like, it ain't so much always about just trying to make the hardest sounding shit that you can make. You know what I mean? Sometimes you gotta just think about shit and just put in perspective and tell a story and introduce yourself. You know what I mean? one piece of advice to up and coming artists is introduce yourself. You know what I'm saying? A lot of us might get an opportunity to get signed or maybe get a quick hit and now you hot, but you still haven't introduced yourself to the world. You know what I mean? So on every song, I try to introduce myself or I try to introduce my topic or, you know, just to the point where you don't lose touch of people don't lose sight of the artist within the production. You know, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Listen, the evolution, that was the first thing that I pointed out. And it's crazy that you bring it up like that, because we was talking about it before you got on. We was talking about the fact that, like, sometimes the fans are like upset about the Bone shit because it doesn't sound like Eternal, or it doesn't. And my point, was, and it always is like, yo, you would probably be disappointed. You think that that's what you want from them, but you would probably be disappointed to hear them like that right now at this age, trying to act like they was them, 17, 18, 19-year-old boys that they was.
I mean, for sure.
They got to do a song like Road Nights. That's their life now, is tour buses. Like, that's...
But I'm going to tell you, though, like, the stuff that's leaking or that's, like, they dropping out is not, like, the album. Like, I've heard a lot of the album, man. Like, the album is fire. You know what I mean? So,
hey, I love hearing that.
The album is fire, and trust and believe, like, in the studio, like, Lay, I know Lay and Flesh in particular, they attitude wise is, and I'm gonna say, oh, he definitely Cray. I ain't been in the studio with Cray yet recently, but I just know he still got that same attitude. Of course, Busy got it. Wish, shout out Wish, because shit, Wish is up in his game on everything I'm hearing. You know what I mean? So, but literally, like I said, we all still come from that battle era, and we want to definitely take some heads off and come with some hard shit. At the same time, it's a balance as you get older. So yeah, you gotta respect what they got. They got some shit on there. So, you know what I'm saying? Even on my shit, I had to like Family Man, what you just played, like, that song is, I had to go back to how I felt when Lisa was pregnant with little Chris, and I still had like one foot in the streets and one foot trying to be in business, and you know what I mean, decision time. And so that's what it kind of was for me. Sometimes I got to go back and draw from some shit when I was 17 or 25 or whatever, you know what I mean? And like, every artist is going to do that. So like, for the fans that want to hear some more like how we were back in the day type shit, it's songs on the Bomb album and the K-Chill album that's gonna be reminiscent of that, and then of course it's gonna be Evolution on the same album. So the music has grown up, we grown up, you know what I mean, and that's how that shit go.
What's it? You kind of mentioned your kids. What's it like? Your kids. I know had always heard about Dad, K-Chill, all these things. But it's like now you kind of back in rapper mode. You know what I'm saying? Like. What do your kids think about that? Like, what's like the family, think about it? Like, what's that side of it? The family life as K-Chill being back in rap.
I mean, they love it. They help me out a lot. They listen to the songs. A few times, even with me and my son in particular, he'll be like, go, like I have two different performances of the same song, like maybe one a little more calm, maybe one a little more aggressive. He'll help me pick shit like that. Love it. Mackenzie and Casey love it. Casey says she's gonna be a rapper. Lisa's cool. She loves it. It's a family plan, so it's all correlated to the book and, like I said, the movie, and it's all for an effort. You know what I mean? It's all for a reason, and like for like trying to just literally hit from three angles at one time. So it's not just like because I'm at the end of the day, I'm not trying to like be a rapper again per se. I'm just want to make songs, and
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying, I want everything. I want shit to smack. I want us to do this Band-Aid Boys album, I'm gonna call it, or whatever we about to do, you know what I mean? And just which we haven't really said it was gonna be a Band-Aid Boys album, but that's who it is, so I'm just calling it that. But
Y'all at
like
least need a song called that or something. The Bone fans go dumb for that.
yeah, no, we would have to, but like I mean I know I've always been like a leaf in the wind. I let God guide my life, and like I know it's about to be a big year. You know what I'm saying? Like anytime it's been like that in my life, I could feel it. I could feel it coming up this year. You know what I mean? Like, and
That's beautiful.
the songs, the book getting done, like you said, we kicking it. They, you know what I'm saying, hit me up, leaving tickets, backstage passes and shit. Everybody, you know what I'm saying? Like I say, you get older and you start to realize, like, man, look, life's too short. And that's, another piece of advice for everybody. Life's too short. There's a lot of family beef within families. I got two aunties right now ain't talking to each other, and this shit is played out. Like it's time for everybody to come together right now. You know what I mean? Like it's time for unity. You know what I mean? And love and respect for everybody, because we're at a point in the world where we don't know what tomorrow may bring. So it's time to let go of all shit and just be prosperous and keep it moving this year.
Hey man, if anybody deserves it, bro, it's you, man. I'm so happy to hear all these things, and like, to even think that we played a small like drop in the bucket that helped make it happen, bro. Like,
y'all played a big part. I never forget this shit. So like literally, shit pop how it's supposed to pop. I'm gonna make sure y'all got all the inside everything.
Hey man,
it
makes it worth it for me, bro, because like that's like that's like the whole thing. For us is like we saw this opportunity. We were like, hey, there's all these stories from all these people that need a platform to tell their story, and to know that telling that story made enough impact that helped in any way, to get you here, bro. Like that's the big payoff for us. So we appreciate you. That's why, we did that Lifetime Achievement Award for K Chill, and the next year Archie Blaine, we gave it to Archie in 2025, and we only give those to the people that we see as like the most important piece of our community as Beyond the Harmony, and an important piece of their community, whether it's Cleveland or where they are. So far, it's two guys from Cleveland, but it's like that's really what we look at. We ain't just picking, K-Chill had a good interview. Is the impact that you had over here, and it's the impact that you have on your people. So, bro, I'm so proud of you. I'm proud of the situation. It's a beautiful thing, and I tell you this every time you come on, and I mean it every time. Anything you ever need from us, whatever it is, whether it's post my song up on y'all's YouTube or listen to this or bring me on for an interview, I need to get this out. All you got to do is hit that fucking inbox and you got it, Chill. That's what it is.
Oh, man. Appreciate you, bro. Anytime, bro. You already know.
Hey, man.
We ride till the wheels fall off, Cecil.
Brother. Hey, thank you so much. I know it was last minute that I asked you to come on. I know you was waiting a whole shit. I appreciate you making it happen.
Hey, I ain't even gonna lie, I almost fucked up. We ran and went and watched Marty Supreme. And it started at 7 and it was like halfway. I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, damn. I'm supposed to do the show with Cecil tonight. And so when I came out, when it was over and I seen the text, I'm like, okay, God's timing once again. So yeah, man, anytime I'm riding with you. Let's get it.
We got it, bro. Shout out K Chill, man. Y'all fill up that chat with love for K Chill, bro. Hit me up anytime. We got you. 2026, year K Chill. The Band-Aid boys are back, baby.
We back, baby.
You got it.
We back.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go.
In a minute.
What y'all think of that?
Boom. Boom. You got the exclusive K Chill track. You got the co-sign on the new album.
Bro, listen. First of all, all right. I don't even know what to unpack. But what I'm going to say first is you just heard everybody that's been stressing the songs that are coming out on the Bone album. You just heard him say that shit ain't for the album. Like, I know that's what people been guessing, but he just told you that ain't this is just the appetizers. They working on the dinner right now. They just feeding y'all shit to keep you happy. Cool. That's what we've been guessing. Somebody in around the situation just told you. Cool. You know what the big thing was for me, bro? How many times did he say what we do played a part in this moment that he's living, bro? Like 8 years ago, he just took a risk on coming on some platform that was barely put together. We didn't even have the intro yet, John. We didn't have nothing. He risked it. He came on some platform, and not only did he come on, but dude bared his soul in that interview, right? That's still, when you talk about classics, we was talking about Notorious Thugs being a classic. We talking about Beyond the Harmony classics. That's a classic interview. There's none like it. And you know, I tried to downplay it. I was like, hey man, you know, if we even play a little part, he's like, no, y'all played a big part. You don't know, like, the way that made me feel to hear that after 8 years of doing this and us doing what we've done, to know that, like, we helped we helped push him back and not just in the music or whatever, but like, bro, he loved them guys, you know, Lazy and like all of them, but like, you know, like him and Lazy, like he was like, you know, that was like family to him. And you could tell when he was on the first time that, like, he wasn't mad in like a I hate him way. Like, you could tell, like, he was hurt in like a, you know, I love them guys and this is what it does. And to know that, like, we helped push that situation back together, and he's like, bro, they all know who y'all are. Like, y'all the gold standard in this. Like, K Chill just told us behind the scenes, y'all the standard in this, and you guys helped push this back and push him back. Like, that was everything I ever needed. Remember when we were like, when we talk about this and we say, I got everything I needed, you know, from the show. Oh, we got I got everything we needed. Oh, we talked to this guy. Oh, we got everything we needed, right? And every time there's more in the well, and just when you thought you got everything you needed, you know, whether you're a listener or you're one of the hosts, for me, I'm like, just when I thought there was nothing left in the well, I got everything I needed just now in this impromptu rewind to the beginning of the fucking show when I said, there's going to be a reason that Romeo couldn't be here tonight. I don't know what it is, but trust me, there's going to be a reason. And I don't know what it is for everybody else. I don't know what it is for the listeners, but for me, like, now I know what the reason was. Like, I had to hear that. Like, on episode 1 of season 6, as we kick this off and we take on this new strategy, and as we take on this new way of doing the show, like, I had to hear that right there, that we played that part. That made it worth it.
You know, prior to the K Chill interview, had you ever heard, like, in the interviews that Crazy and all them did, I never heard them mention K Chill until after the interviews. And then I've heard them mention him so many times since then. I don't know if I just wasn't tuned into it, but
the only time, and I don't know if it was before or after our interviews, but if they did, it was in a very, like, you know, we had the Band-Aid boys, it was me, you know, homie, you know, this dude K Chill. Like, it was a very in passing, quick thing, right? Like, now it's like when Lazy was just on whatever dude's fucking,
Yeah.
I can't even remember his fucking
Bootleg
name.
Kev?
Bootleg
Bootleg
Kev.
Kev?
You know,
Yeah.
it's like, it really felt like they was giving Chill his props. And I'm like, you know, when I see that happening, I was like, that's us. We the originators of this shit. That's us, Bootleg Kev. You owe us. Where's my props? We brought K Chill, you know, and but
I'm happy he's getting his props on, man.
nah,
you know?
man. I'm like, I seen there was a picture or something, and I messaged him, and I was like, bro, you know, I've been so happy to see you around Bone. This is like at the beginning of December, and you know, and it was just a quick little message between him and I. You know what I'm saying? Nothing too crazy, but it was just a quick little message. But like, I was just happy to keep seeing him on, you know, stage, and he was just at the shows, and you know what I'm saying? He was at that Cleveland show that they just did, the big one that Busy was at, and that did it for me right there. That, like, season 6 really is season 6 for me now. Like, before, I was doing it because I was like, yo, we owe it to the fans, but like, I needed that right there. That was it.
Yeah, and when we had the Kate Show thing, that's when we realized, like, all right, we got some characters we could establish here. My favorite thing was when we marketed the Get Your Funky Off. You came up with the phrase "Sunday and Chill," which I thought was brilliant, because that phrase that just came out with Netflix, and it was just fun for 17 weeks, like K Chill, K Chill. And I feel like it was like a business marketing business case study, and how you could, brand something from years ago and make it relevant again. And so that was awesome. And I still love that Black Money song, VIP. That shit's dope, by K Chill's group. And so yeah, man, K Chill, dude. It's like family, bro. Seeing him, it's like, oh man, K Chill, man. Look at that. And I think he had sent us like a bunch of tracks over the years. I don't know how I think we might have played him a couple times. Maybe we played him once. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we have, and some of them I think he sent. He was sending us as just like, yo, I want y'all to check this out, and so there's been different reasons, that he sent them, and yo, that dog, y'all gotta understand, like. And I don't know if it's the same, but I'm in awe mode as like after that piece. Like, that's really what I needed right now. Like, I was happy to be back and doing it, but like that was like co-signing the mission statement right there.
Bro, and that 2-year gap between when you first reached out and then we doing the interview. There was a middle interaction where I was texting back and forth during the Cleveland Cavaliers NBA Finals with Kate Chill, and that's when he sent me that picture of the Bone Enterprise that tape. I was like, yo, I can't believe you have this. This is crazy. You got the original relic, like it's the first artifact of Bone. And he's like, man, I got this picture of me and Lazy Bone when he was a solo artist, before Bone Enterprise or whatever. So Kate, people don't realize he's the what do they call it, the original. He's not the Oasis, the first brick that you lay. What do they call it? The first brick?
Foundation.
He's the foundation.
Yeah.
It was it was dope hearing him say that people during the the sign, the street sign being given to Bone. Like, it was dope to hear him say that people was coming up to him at Bones thing, giving him his props. Like, hey, we know.
And that was my favorite part.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
You know what's crazy was when Cairo Wolf sent you all those pictures. When we saw K Chill at the photo shoot for I Tried, that was pretty dope. Like, he, like that, because we got those like a year later. From Cairo, right? So we did season 1. We got the K Chill story. Blown away by that. But then Cairo sends you that whole set of pictures, and there's K Chill sitting with Crazy, Kate Chill with Soldier Boy, I think.
Yeah.
Do you know the picture I'm talking
Yeah.
about? And
Yeah. Yeah.
and seeing that was just like, yo, it made the whole story, not the story, but the whole account that Kate Chill provided to be even that more real and tangible.
And look, that was a behind the scenes picture. People aren't
Yeah.
even supposed to see that picture. That was some shit that,
Yeah.
not even the photographer took. It was like whoever was with Cairo Wolf was taking them pictures. And yeah,
It
man.
was just crazy to see that, like that we got him from Cairo, and it just made it seem so much more real than So that was it was like a cool coincidence to get the fact that Cairo was sitting on K-Chill history, perhaps not even knowing it, and just passing them on to you, and then we're seeing them and we're like, yo, that's K-Chill. Did you ever send him those pictures, by the way?
Who?
K-Chill, like,
Yeah,
hey man, I got
yeah,
these
yeah. Well,
okay,
I
okay.
was like, bro, I know this is you, but tell me this is you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I can look at it and I can tell this is you, but it's like he did our interview and I'm looking at the timelines and shit, and it's like that's from, the strength and loyalty era. So I'm just like, yo, so was you around him? And I remember him telling me like, yeah, when it's up and down, like we're family, so. It's like there's been times that, we're not good, and then it'll get, then we get good, and so they was around, and he kind of told the story about them coming back to do all that strength and loyalty, the I Tried video and all that shit, and it was kind of like the whole everybody turned out, so of course everybody's turning out for it, and they see him, and they linked right up. But like that kind of seemed like, and I'm not gonna speak for him. I'm just basing this off of my perception of it. But that kind of seemed like they just kind of saw it as like, well, that's we doing the right thing. It's chill. We back in the city. Like of course, if we see him, yo, chill, come over. Come over here with us. Like you belong over here, right? But like right now it seems different. Like he really seems like he's back in it, like Band-Aid Boys. How crazy is that? Band-Aid Boys in 2026. We gonna get the Band-Aid Boys before we get the new Grand Theft Auto, motherfucker.
I think it's a great idea because on a lot of the interviews, I've seen all of them bring up the Band-Aid Boys. I guess that's part of the history that gets told. And, it's kind of like every time I think about the Band-Aid Boys, I think about 213 with Snoop, Nate Dogg, and Warren G. And how cool it was that they actually dropped that 213 album. It really wasn't like that like amazing or memorable, but I was happy that they actually did it. Did you ever check that?
Yeah.
I listened to it. Yeah, when it came out, it was like it seemed like you had to listen to it at the time if you listened to hip hop, right?
Yeah.
And I really did it for the same reason that you just said. I didn't go into it expecting. I didn't go into it expecting some amazing album, but it was like, hey, you got to check this out because this is the original.
Yeah.
This is the original DPG right here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think they're gonna have fun if they do that. It's kind of like, hey man, we're just doing this one for fun, and that might turn out to be a pretty fun project to listen to. I think it'll have like cool staying power over time.
I think it's gonna be the vibe. It felt like, and I don't know why this project never came out, but at one point, Flesh and Lazy and Stu were gonna do the House Boys.
Yeah.
And nothing ever, but this kind of feels like what that vibe would have been. I could be wrong, but like this feels like it's gonna be in that vibe of like, just like fun might not be the right word, but it's like it feels like they're gonna go into it out of the love of the game, like you said, 213, not because Band-Aid Boys or whatever the fuck they call it, might go triple platinum. I mean, maybe it does. You never know. You literally never know. But like, I don't think that's the intent. Like you said, like the intent is, let's get all back. I loved it when he was saying, Lazy said we should hook up and do some music. Oh, what do you think about tomorrow? And he's like, nah, we gonna do this right now. That's the opportunity. The opportunity.
Indeedy.
Look, I love it. I had one more guest, but I think we ran late, and and I might have lost the connection with him, which again, always a reason. There's a reason for it all. There's a reason Romeo isn't here. There's a reason why the last guest isn't here. The timeline even got a little fucked up. You know, and that might be it. I believe that there's all a reason for the season. But episode 1, season 6 went exactly the fucking way that it's supposed to ensure that the rest of the season is going to be beautiful.
Indeedy.
The next time y'all
Beautiful
see
thing.
us, it's going to be live in the flesh in Orlando with Raiden Rush in the Beyond the Harmony mansion for Beyond the Harmony weekend. I'll say it again. I think there's 1 or 2 private rooms still available. You can jump on the Discord and become part of this. We're making fucking history. 8 years of doing this, and we've never, ever been in a room together doing Beyond the Harmony. It's the first time that's going to happen. It's the first time that we are going to be interviewing a guest in person. It's the first time that there's going to be a crowd of people there. We're going to do all kinds of amazing exclusive things. And whether it's bone shit or we take a fucking freaky G-style field trip to the beach to just go as fans, that's what we doing. It's crazy. I sent John, you know, if we would have pushed and we would have done this, if we would have known, almost not even a month. How many weeks later, John, was that like Bone Thugs in Orlando show? It's like, it's like 2 weeks or something.
2 weeks.
Later,
Yep.
Bone is in Orlando. But I'm not even disappointed because I'm like, again, there's a reason.
Thanks for a reason.
There's a motherfucking
Everything.
reason, right? It's like whatever's going to happen in Orlando is meant to happen. And if the Bone show would have been there to take its place, then whatever amazing is supposed to happen may not be happening. So I know that next month we going to be lighting it up in Orlando, Florida, Beyond the Harmony weekend. We're deep into season 6 now.
Hey, and let me just say that maybe as far as everything happens for a reason, the way it's turning out right now for our list, this is actually the Skull and Crossroads Society first meetup.
That's facts.
Because I think
Yep.
I think our list is strictly Skull and Crossroads Society. So that in itself, I think everything's panning out just like that too. So
That's
shouts to the SNC.
SNC in the building. It's season
The
6.
fire is burning.
Matt, you got anything else for the people?
That couldn't have happened any better.
Yeah.
For real. I agree.
Yeah. Shout out to Cecil West, bro. Pulling us all together at the very last minute, day of.
Who
But
else?
also, the dude always had the ace in the back pocket, always planning, always preparing, always got the backup plan. The man with the plan. C-Dubs, the MVP of the night.
Not a single question written tonight that I asked. Not one. The only thing on the fucking page is the lineup that was supposed to happen. That's it. That's it, baby.
That's how it's done.
That's how it's done. We are back. It is season 6, Beyond the Harmony live, the original, the best, #1, undisputed, undefeated. I'm on the fucking victory lap right now, Beyond the Harmony. My name is Cecil West, rocking with the one and only.
The recently humbled out Jonathan Lippy.
And he is the co-hosting, coast to coasting, come up creeper, never sour, always sweeter, ladies and gentlemen.
Eternally, I am Matthew Weaver.
And it's that time for the first time in the season, but not the last. Feenics Ryzin, take us on home.
Beyond the harmony for the fans we celebrate. Up in the videos every Thursday, so join